What's up, Dub Nation? Hello, YouTubers. Decided to get on here early today. I don't know particularly why. I'm just available, I guess. And not killing myself over trying to get every morsel of the pregame ready to go and things like that. So, yeah, I found this here Jonathan Kuminga picture. Happened to have Boogie in it. And wanted to go through some things about the state of the Warriors. Maybe I can list off every single issue. You know, we have time, 43 plus minutes until tip off. So I will go through. Hello, Bruce. I will go through the pregame, both teams. Why not? Ooh, Jabs. Jabs got the first like. Cool. But Bruce beat you on the comments, and Bruce gets the reward of being on the thumbnail, at least for the time being. I'm sure it'll change as I go. It will, in fact, change because, excuse me, because before I do the pregame, I usually like to, put Steve Kerr on the thumbnail along with me. Make it a little bit more fun that way. No trolls. Yeah, funny. Okay, so we will go through. Let me do a share screen real quick. Yeah, and do share screen of Malone. We'll just do Malone. Go through the whole 9 yards. Yeah, I know, Bruce. Huh? 33 viewers. That's amazing. I mean, I get Carlos. I get your passion. I get it, but I mean, technically, we don't got to get this win because it's with a bunch of youngsters against Jokic. Maybe you forgot in terms of like we sent all the veterans back. Not all of them. Otto stuck around. Belly's around. I mean, all the high minutes guys went back home. So Steph, Klay, Draymond, probably even Andre. What's funny is nobody talks about Andre. Like none of the media. We just talked about this in our Discord just now. And by the way, all of you guys who've been really positively contributing to this channel, Bruce, Robbie, Jabs, you're welcome to come onto our private Discord. Jabs, did I say Jabs already? Everybody else that has been a regular here, that has been there when 1 hour for an hour after a loss, as somebody said last time 2 nights ago, for an hour after a loss, we've had to wade through all of that negativity. I feel like you guys are part of the, like you guys are part of the Justice League, man, and you guys deserve to do what you do here on our Discord. It's just I haven't connected all those dots just yet. So I'd like to, and I had to kick one guy off the Discord recently. It just, I don't want it to become toxic. I don't want it to become toxic. And he was like, man, we can't rebound worth beep. And it was like, wait, did you just, we had a talk. I had talked to him in the DMs about, man, just, you got to bring some positivity in there. You can't just make it all toxic every single time. And I think I had added him from Instagram. Never doing that again, where I literally asked for positive people and he raised his hand and said, I'm positive. So, okay, we'll add you. Sure enough, let go of the rope there. And You know, another guy was like, this, that, and the other thing, and man, this team sucks. Bob knows it. Bob knows we could have got Boogie. We could have got Boogie, and then and Curry's been terrible lately. So you came onto our Discord, which it's even a tighter circle. It's supposed to be a tighter circle than even here, because you literally can only invite certain types of people, right? Whereas anybody can comment right now. And I was like, you threw the team under the bus, then you threw Bob Myers under the bus, then you threw Steph Curry under the bus. Like, are you not confident Steph will be just fine and we're getting through these things? And by the way, the whole statement about Boogie Cousins, might as well talk about it right now. Steph alluded to this. First of all, did Boogie even want to come to the Warriors? You know, I don't think so, because that's the last place you were. They didn't sign you back. You got injured. You're going over here. That, and you're doing your own thing. It's kind of the same as just guys who get injured at a team. 99% of the time, don't return to that team for various reasons. It'll never be said, but why would I, Bob Myers, sign a guy like Marquise Chris after he broke his leg on our watch, and then now we don't really know the status of his leg? Nobody does. Someone's got to take a chance on him to revive his career. It can't really be me again. It can't really be Bob Myers again. Someone out there. And if I'm Bob, I'm hoping that there's someone out there who will take a chance on Marquise. But for me to sign the guy that just got injured, what if I just, re-signed the guy and we don't know, that could have been sort of, career ending-ish. And like now, it doesn't make sense. I don't know. I get the sentimentality of fans wanting that and stuff. But anyways, the original question was, why would we add Boogie? And so there's that. And bottom line, though, I've said this a million times on here, and you guys already know this, most of you, is that if we were to sign a center, we would have had to cut somebody. Who would we have cut? It probably would have been Belly. Okay, then you cut Belly. Oh, but then Draymond comes back in 2 or 3 or a month, 2 or 3 weeks, a month. Now you've got Draymond playing. You're not going to play fill in the blank center. DeAndre Jordan, Robin Lopez, Boogie, Tristan Thompson even. Did Tristan want to come here? That Steph alluded to it in a post-game interview when somebody had the balls to, actually it was a reporter that normally isn't asking questions to the Warriors, so it doesn't really have that feel. So that question came out of left field, was like, do you think we should have signed a center when we did? And it was like, yo, you haven't been around, have you? Like, we've kind of talked about this, but it's all good. I mean, that reporter's just doing his job, and it wouldn't be any of the beat writers asking Steph that. It had to be sort of a new guy. So it's all good. Steph said, well, if you heard of anybody that actually wanted to come here and we said no, let me know. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he kind of said. I interpreted that to mean that there wasn't anybody that really wanted to come to the Warriors. And why would they? Because they know what I'm just saying right now. They know in about 3 weeks, I'm going to get 0 playing time, because all of a sudden I'll be behind Draymond and probably Wiseman. Like, it's the opposite of fans. Like, this guy, whoever, this center that maybe wants to sign with the Warriors and is considering it, maybe even Goran Dragic considered, he's got to think about these things like, oh, but they got Draymond coming back and they got Wiseman coming back. Meanwhile, how crazy they are. They're like, oh, Wiseman's never coming back. It's just funny how that's completely opposite than reality, than what's inside the NBA, what players actually think, completely opposite. And why would you as a center want to come to the Warriors and then suddenly not play again for a while when you've got, and these are buyout guys, right? So buyout guys like Robin want to get off the Orlando Magic, take a pay cut, and win a ring and be be a meaningful contributor to that ring. I just don't see a guy like that, wanting to come here when he knows he's not going to get any playing time in the playoffs. Just write it out in Orlando and get paid more than doing the buyout. Okay, so that was the whole Boogie thing. So and it disappointed me that this guy on our Discord hasn't ever come to any of our live chats. He does once in a blue moon, but to come here and for me to explain it here, because it's a whole lot easier for me to explain it right here, right now, than it is to, write it down, make sure I have perfect grammar and make it an interesting article. I can't write that well, like, Ethan Sherwood Strauss level, that where people come to read my prose. No. So there's no, the investment of time for me to write that article. I don't really get the output of that. It doesn't pay any dividends for me to do that. What I can do is come on here and have this relatively safe environment for you to live chat and us discussing these things. And even like every single night, even 2 nights ago, we have a guy in the comments says something, I misunderstand it maybe, but when you read it, it's different than when you discuss it more. And you can't do that on Twitter. You can't even do that on Reddit. Because what? Are you gonna, you're gonna post a complaint and then, or whatever, you're gonna post something on Reddit and then post again, a reply to yourself. Oh, and by the way, I thought of this. Oh, and by the way, this, that's not possible on Reddit. It's possible, but it's very cumbersome. So here is where you can do that. And I encourage you guys to do that, because every single night I do these and we go through the games and stuff. It's like I get to, explain things in more detail with all of you with the feedback. So it's instant feedback. So it's kind of cool. Okay, let's go through the comments. And it's like, oh boy, should I do the Steve Kerr pregame or should I just watch the comments? Yeah, Wiggs is out. My bad. Forgot about that. Yeah, I love when you said, what I thought, because okay, here's my thought process on Jokic in the pregame. Mike Malone, yeah, jeez, because I name all of my files like the date, pre or post, and then the name, like Kerr, Steph, Kuminga, Malone, right? Mike Malone. So I always get caught up in my my file names when Mike Malone shows up, because I'll do post Malone, post game Malone. So I literally, that's the file name, post Malone, and it throws me off. But anyways, I was watching the pregame of Mike Malone, and I probably won't be able to do his post game because it just, post Malone makes me think of something totally else than staying concentrated on the topic at hand. But anyways, he mentioned Jokic several times, and then I went and listened to because the Steve Kerr pregame hadn't been posted yet, so I was just looking at other interviews, and Tim Roy, our radio guy, he interviewed Bruce Fraser, and he only asked him 3 questions, but the second question was Jokic. And I get it, Tim Roy and Bruce Fraser have been around so long that it's to the point where it doesn't always have to be just about the Warriors. It can be about great players that you get to see in front of you in action. And Jokic is one of those tonight. And it brought me back to, that's why I'm glad Bruce brought this up. That's why I'm glad Bruce brought this up. Say that 10 times fast. I said to myself, man, remember way back in the day when I used to watch basketball as a kid with my dad, and he'd go, oh, man, what a great play by so and so. You see that, Rich? You see that? That was awesome, wasn't it? Here I'm like, yo, we Warriors are losing to that guy. I hate that guy. And it just occurred to me that like when you're young and you're new to NBA fandom, what we're seeing over the past 4 losses and then some, I think we have a lot of fans that just haven't been exposed to enough greatness, enough losing to appreciate the game in other ways. So for those of you watching right now, in terms of like, if you're kind of a new fan, like you haven't been watching the NBA more than 10 years, let's say, I encourage you to just trust me on some of these things, some of these observations we make, and appreciating the game, appreciating guys like Steve Kerr that have been through way more than any of us have lived it, breathed it. Uh, we know, most of us know to listen to what Draymond has to say. Well, then why don't we listen to what Steve Kerr has to say? Why don't we listen to what Bob Myers has to say? And why do we criticize Steph for having a bad game? Why do we criticize or be toxic about? I guess it's okay to criticize, but I mean, still, even if a guy has a bad game, like Klay, like man, all that stuff on Twitter. I saw Grant Liffman of NBC say something about, man, the toxicity. I don't know if he used that word, the something or other about Klay and wanting to bench him for bad play. Like it's ridiculous on here. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. But yeah, right. I mean, that's why I'm not on Twitter anymore. It's like I don't need to be sitting there just with all this toxicity about Klay suddenly. Like he had a bad game. He's had 2 bad games in a row. Okay. Like, I mean, do we really not have confidence that he'll eventually have a good game? Like it blows my mind. So I think it's just the lack of perspective and the lack of experiences. And so people just want to go off. And I want to remind people that the reason why we're here right now discussing the Warriors is because of the joy that is brought when we win and we play Warriors basketball, and when Steph and Klay are going off, they're epitomizing the Splash Brothers, and Draymond is almost secretly like dishing out assists and doing things on defense, and offensively kind of being like Magic Johnson running the break, and doing all these things, and like we are here for the joy of that. So when things go bad, where did the joy all go? Like I think that's just, it's a shame that a lot of people on social media will just trash the team after losses like that, after 4 losses. But I'm sure we'll talk about it more in the comments. But again, to appreciate everything, to act with humility, and to be a student of the game, that's the most valuable experience. To understand what it's like to be a player on a day-to-day basis. Jordan Poole today posted on Instagram. He has a little behind the scenes stuff on his All-Star break. They all went to Hawaii. Him, his guy Raylan, and his multimedia guy Jordan Jimenez, J squared. Not to confuse you there. Yeah, there's literally 2 Jordans in the same close circle, and they posted the behind the scenes. I told them, man, this is great stuff, because it's the behind the scenes stuff that reminds you also that it's not just about winning all the time, and you can gain a lot more from trying to look through the eyes of an NBA player and an NBA coach and an NBA executive, rather than just being the normal fan that's supposed to be angry about every loss and things like that, right? So I just think that everyone needs to take a step back and remember why you consume Warriors content in the first place. And that's why right now, wow, look at that. We have 86 people right on here, and we're about to watch a game that's almost a quote unquote meaningless game, but we know better. I mean, it's meaningful for the young guys in terms of if we lose this game, no skin off our back. Like for once in the last 4 or 5 games, we can literally say that if we lose this game, no skin off our backs, right? So I'm glad you're here, and let me get through these comments, and then we'll get Steve Kerr's pregame on this on the share screen. Yep, 7 to 10 days. I couldn't get confirmation from Draymond's people, so they don't really know. So then I started thinking, man, where does Woj get this information? But I was told from someone in Draymond's camp, very, very reliable source, that he's basically working on timing and conditioning. So, I mean, that's obvious. You could have guessed that, but that's coming straight from his camp. That's all he's working on. Like, to me, that tells me that his back is 100%. His calf is near 100%. I want to say near 100% because I think they're all moving targets. And then his conditioning, and then his timing in terms of like, timing, passing, you bounce pass and it reaches the destination in the shooting pocket, etc. That kind of stuff, timing, cutting, setting picks. So all of that. So it's always about conditioning and timing when you do the rehab. That's the last step. So yeah, that's on our website, by the way. Will Curry and Thompson play? No. Wiggs is out as well. Forgot about him. I mean, that's what I like. This is what I'm just talking about is, yeah, you don't need to bring that negativity here. Like, I mean, is it really all about wins and losses for you? I mean, it should be more than that. It should be more. New Orlando. Oh, oh boy. That's a back-to-back, right? Orlando, Miami, Carlos. Yikes. I don't know. Take your pick. Yeah, those are tough. And maybe send in a complaint to the NBA. They shouldn't. The back-to-back shouldn't exist anymore. But oh well, whatever. Okay, Robbie, appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, cool. Glad you're gonna try and stay with us, Carlos. Sure, sure, but it's almost a summer league game. It's almost like, oh, let's see what Kuminga can do. Let's see what Moody can do. Let's see what Jordan can do. Let's see. Young guys, young guy time. Oh, baggage, yeah. 18 games left. Yeah, a little worried in terms of like when Draymond's coming back, right? I mean, really it's centered around that. And I still think the Lakers are have way more issues than we do. So at least we don't, they're still trying to figure out their rotation. They don't have AD. They don't, internal struggles. All the media is saying, oh, Russell Westbrook's going to come off the bench, blah, blah, blah. Frank Vogel's on the hot seat, blah, 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 which I doubt they would fire him at this point. But, they got a lot of issues, and I'm glad I'm not them. So we'll go through we still got 20 minutes. So let me get through these comments and then we'll go to the Steve Kerr pregame. So yeah, cool. We actually have many things. Yeah. Steph, one. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. So resting. Yeah. So Steph is going to play the whole first quarter, then he'll rest, and then there'll be 6 more minutes, probably at the end of the second quarter. And I'm sure all the Steve Kerr haters on social media were like, "Oh, you should have done that before," or this, that. It's just like, I mean, that's just part of coaching. Like you just try different things, and at least he got to this possibility. It's just part of coaching. I don't think you can nitpick that again. Just like, I mean, he'd probably be the first one to tell you, yeah, I probably should have done that earlier. So are we just going to dwell on that the whole time, or are we going to entrust in the coaching staff that they're looking at as many things as they can? They are collaborating with Steph as much as possible to find the right solution. Like, so either Steve doesn't have the right intentions for this team, which is ridiculous, preposterous, or the other preposterous thing is that, oh, he's just an idiot and he needs to, figure these things out earlier. It's like, I mean, first of all, to all the people that are detractors of Steve Kerr, like, who else are you going to get? You tell me, like, is there a candidate out there that's better than Steve that has created this infrastructure below him where we can develop players and have this collaborative environment, have all this positivity to get through our adversity? It's like we've got to get through that using positivity, and so I think he's doing a great job, and I would challenge you to find me another person who is better than that, because a lot of this is all relative, right? It's all relative. You always have to compare it against other qualified candidates. You can't just say, oh, he's an idiot, fire him. No, you have to say what your solution is. That's not a solution. That's just an emotional outlet of negative energy. Anyways, let's move on. Yeah. Art of Blasian's back. Okay. Yeah. Trade Curry, Thompson, Wiggins. Wow. Anyone that says trade Steph is like, you can't possibly be a true Warriors fan. No way. I'm done with Wiseman? Based on what? The guy can't stay healthy? Golly. It's a lot of negative energy there, Marivelle. So when he comes back, and let's say he just comes back and he plays a few minutes, it's what you just said is just such a cruel thing to say to anybody who got injured. Like, it's just I'm done with Wiseman. Like, oh, you irritate me, so I don't like you. That's the kind of attitude that I'm feeling from that comment. Is that correct? You tell us, because that's very unfair to a guy who's gotten injured and is just trying to heal up. It's meniscus isn't something that is that easy to get over. Jaren Jackson took, nearly a year, and he's doing great now. So why would you lose faith in a guy? That's just, I'm afraid, we're going to stay positive on here. And if you can't really adopt that, then you can go to Twitter and get 50 likes right now for that exact same comment, and you can go feel good about yourself. But when you're just throwing guys under the bus and giving up on them like that, that's not what we do here. We don't do that. All right. Amy's here. Let's see. Wiggins ain't consistent and Wiseman just a dude on the bench. Jeez, man. I'm going to give you, say something positive. You're going to need to do this by the time I get down to the end of the comments. Marivelle needs to tell us something he's happy about the Warriors. Something, anything, go. First one down to the comments. If not, I'm just block you because this is getting toxic. When do you think he'll be ready to take that role? Wow. Moody's 19. When do you think he'll be ready? I don't care when. I can't look that far into the future. He may tear, knock on wood, but something might happen to Moody, and then we're gonna have to wait on Moody. Like, Why would I? But I will say that it sure looks like Moody will be a future pillar of the franchise, does it not? It looks like him, just talent wise, Kuminga, Jordan Poole, and Wiseman. We have four guys, said this a million times on here, but I welcome those of you who have heard this for the first time. We have four guys, four young guys that are, we can legitimately picture them as pillars of the franchise, as Steph, Klay, and Draymond right off into the sunset, whatever that means, right? There's not a lot of other teams that can say that. Like they can say maybe Charlotte can say, "Oh yeah, we got LaMelo Ball and Bridges that look really good, as pillars of the franchise 3, 4, 5 years from now." I mean, there's just not a lot of teams that can list four guys. So that is what I will say about Moody. And Moody yesterday talked about how he's using Klay as the blueprint for his shooting. And I'm going to write an article about that for tomorrow. I'm trying to get some more information from certain people to make the article a little bit more unique. But we'll see. Even if it doesn't turn out that way, maybe I'll just copy and paste a Klay YouTube in there. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Yeah, don't forget tomorrow at home against the Clippers. Gaming with Malcolm. Welcome. Let's see. Let's see. Jesus. Here's Marivelle showing some hate. Okay, Anakin. Got Anakin Skywalker here in the comments. When I scroll down, I better see something that shows me you're Luke Skywalker. All right. Is JK playing? Yes. Let's see. Golly, that's what, 4 negative comments by Marivelle? Then look at these words from Marivelle. He's not a starter, not all these negative things. Threw Wiggins under the bus. Yep. I went into it with Miguel R a few games ago, remember? And here he is. There's some positivity right there. See? So I have some hope with you, Marivelle. I do, but you're lucky I'm just scrolling down. I'm pretty slow at this. 13 minutes behind. Yeah, we used to always lose, man. Moses Moody. Like I said, he's been taking tips from Klay. So yeah, Steve's talking. But I got the whole Steve thing. They did segments of it on TV. I'll get to it in a minute. Yep. Nobody would want to face us. Moody over Wiggins based on what? Like 1 game, 2 games? Oh, okay. Marivelle said Moody is coming along. Get a little bit more positive than that. One more step up, please. Let's see. I mean, I compared it because the Lakers just beat us, and they have LeBron. So, anyways, we're chilling. I don't agree with that. We're not chilling. We're probably 3 now, right? We're struggling, but we don't have Draymond. So, that and we don't have Draymond. Um, Look, you guys keep some of you are like, "Oh, we just need to, rebound better and do." First of all, is everyone gonna play up to their potential? Like tonight, Damian Lee, Bielitsa, Juan, Moody, JK, everyone's gonna have a great game because if they have a great game, then yeah, we don't need Draymond. But the fact that these guys are who they are, which is like not stars, you really think the Warriors should be that good without stars and Hall of Fame players like Draymond? I think you guys need to realize how important Draymond is. Hall of Fame player, Hall of Fame player, both offense and defense. He's probably one of the best defenders of all time. And just to expect Juan to play awesome, Looney to play awesome, everyone to play awesome, even if they played awesome, are we still able to, help out on a Luka Doncic drive and then get out to the 3-point shooter in the corner like Draymond does? We still don't have that guy. So this expectation that we would be so much, and then that gets into, oh, Steve Kerr's a terrible coach, because I want to stop it right there and just say, look, Draymond really is that important to us. And so that is the number one reason. Rebounding and boxing out and not turnovers, that's great, but it doesn't make us championship caliber the way Draymond does, right? I just want to remind everybody that this roster is closer to 500 than whatever percentage we were with Draymond, right? Like this roster right here, without Draymond, without Andre, without Wiseman, if we go into the playoffs like this, I just don't know how much more you can improve this team, right? And I guess I'm throwing these current guys under the bus, but I mean, we just don't have enough stars and enough mixture. Now, maybe, like I wrote on the website, maybe if Doctor Strange was around, he could pause time for us, take this group without Draymond, Andre, and Wiseman, put them in a 2-week training camp, come up with new schemes and chemistry and offense, and then put it right back to tonight. Maybe we'd have a better chance of winning. Maybe we'd, be, 8 games over 500 consistently. But without that, and with just games flying at us every day back to back, it's kind of hard to just expect these guys to never turn the ball over, rebound, box out every single time. And the reason why they have to box out every single time is because they're just not physically gifted. Even Kuminga, who is physically gifted, he will forget to box out because he didn't go to college where, college coach was yelling at him to box out every single time. Otherwise, he's sitting on the bench. He never had that training. So just the expectation of this roster, to me, it isn't that high, which is probably why these losses don't bother me as much, because I don't see this lineup going very far anyway. And I don't see this as our lineup when we go into the playoffs. Pretty sure Draymond's coming back. Oh, now you threw Marivelle just threw. Let me just scroll down and see if Marivelle put anything positive. Why don't we have that loud guy, the player who's going to cuss, I miss Draymond? We don't have that loud guy because they don't exist much in the NBA. Oh, thanks, Alex. Wow, man. That's great. I'm going to screenshot that. Let's see. Is Robin Lopez still an option? No, see that what I just explained? No, Carol, disagree with you. It is one player. Team sport, next man up. Yeah, but why are you expecting all these wins then? Like this team, as without Draymond, this team can only be so good. And it probably wouldn't have won 4 in a row. instead of lost 4 in a row. 2-2 probably at best. So is Robin Lopez an option? If we're not signing Robin, first of all, like I said before, does Robin Lopez want to come here? Right? That's the first thing. I don't think he does, because he's thinking, oh, Draymond and Wiseman might come back and then I'm going to have 0 playing time. So maybe you weren't on the stream when I talked about that, but why would I do that when I can make more with the Orlando Magic and just write it out? You know, the guy has enough pride, hopefully, to not want to chase a ring. I mean, even then, it's no guarantee that, you know, I don't know that we're the favorites to win the ring right now. I would say Phoenix is, especially with kind of the injuries that we're going through. And what do I think? It's good. It's good, but yeah, it's just one piece of winning. It's not the answer. We're not winning the next game just because Steph got to play 12 minutes in the first quarter. So it's one of many things going on. But I just you guys and Twitter just have this thing about rotations. Like, it's the end all be all. I mean, like, go coach. I say this every single time, but I'm sorry for the guys that have been here. Go coach. The local YMCA, local Boys and Girls Club, they need coaches. Just go coach a youth team for a week, and you'll come out of it and you'll have extra appreciation for how difficult it is to make all those decisions. Who gets the sub in? Who gets the sub out? Like, I guarantee you'll stop criticizing Steve. Maybe you won't. But if you were to coach a year, a youth team, any team, you would be more appreciative of how difficult that job is. Well, Draymond made the system, Carol. Steph Curry is the system, and Draymond has a shared brain with Steph. So yes, you're right, but I'm also right. So we're both right. But for you to get down on the team because Juan Toscano Anderson missed the box out, or if you're mad that Jordan Poole can't show himself on defense, which I discussed 2 games ago, and get out in the corner the way Draymond does, that's just negative energy building up for no reason. Like, Jordan Poole isn't ever going to be able to do that at the level that Draymond can. Yes. How do I know how do I know Wiseman's coming back? Because we would have signed somebody else if he wasn't coming back, right? If I knew that Wiseman wasn't coming back, wouldn't I have signed a center already? So also, you guys got to go look at my video. Like, you go see this video and you tell me if they're coming back or not. Like, pretty obvious to me. Enough of the comments for now. Let's go to Steve Kerr. Let's share that screen. Jeez. Too much angst, people. Too much angst.
Yeah, Juan will play.
Can you talk about Jordan Poole a little bit and his growth in your system?
Yeah, he's had a great year for us. He's come such a long way since his rookie year 2.5 years ago. He's a guy who really works hard, stays after practice every day. He's available every single night. Puts the work in the weight room and the training room. And I think he's gotten more and more comfortable, playing with our guys, playing the style that we play. And he's given us another off the dribble threat, besides Steph. And we need that, in case, play breaks down, there's nothing there. He's got the ability to get past people, get to the rim.
How do you believe these
going into this game for, today kind of put both teams playing in a tough spot?
But it puts us in a way tougher spot than them. We had to fly here again, For them, they didn't have to make an extra trip. They got to play a back-to-back, I know. But this was just another in many, many, many rescheduled games around the league that are inconvenient for everybody, but necessary to keep the league going. So you just do what you have to do.
How important is it, as you're kind of trying to get back on track, how important is it to have the younger guys to get them some playing time, some good reps, so that when you are fully healthy, hopefully they can, I don't want to say like take on their own load, but be able to support Steph.
Yeah.
Play.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important for the young guys to get a lot of reps, and the season is always providing playing time opportunity for young guys. Especially these days where we are much more careful with minutes and games played and that sort of thing. So, I think it's important that the young guys always stay ready, because nights like this pop up and all of a sudden they could be starting and playing 30 minutes and they got to be ready to go. Yeah, it'll be Jordan, Damian, Moses, Juan, and Looney.
Coach, is there any timetable now for Draymond Green to return? Are you optimistic you're getting back there?
Yeah, we're optimistic. He's done really well with his rehab, and we don't have a set date, but I got a report today that he got another rehab session in on the court, and he's had about a week and a half now being on the court almost every day, getting a lot of shots up, scrimmaging. So he's feeling a lot better and coming along, but still no target date.
Anything on Zoom? Let's go ahead, Jerry. You got a question? Go to Jerry first.
Steve, is there any, I don't know, if danger is the right word, or is there, with the anticipation of Draymond returning, of players saying is, all right, that's the solution, and where there's other areas that need to be shored up?
Yeah, and I've talked to the team about that. We can't wait for Draymond and Andre to come back and think that they're going to save us. When you watch the tape night after night, and we're making the same mistakes, those mistakes are still going to be there when Draymond and Andre come back, unless all five guys on the floor commit themselves and commit to one another, that they're going to make those plays. So it's it'll definitely help getting guys back, but it goes beyond that for sure.
All right, so I need to say something about that. Steve, as a coach, he has to say that. He has to say that to his team. Otherwise, he can't tell them the truth, which is the cold truth, which they know is you're not winning no championship without Draymond, right? So if he were to say that, that would undermine the team's ability to keep improving and to play with the fundamentals in mind. So he can't say what I'm saying, which is that this lineup without Draymond and Andre and Wiseman is severely limited. Like, we're not going that far in the playoffs with this lineup if we don't get Draymond back, right? So, but the reason why Steve is basically making me look bad for saying that is because he needs to tell his team this so that they'll keep approaching their potential, which is, make hard cuts, don't get backdoored, box out and everything, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But even if they all did that, I still don't see us winning the championship, because Is Looney going to be able to box out Ayton every single time? I just, Phoenix has a better squad than we do when we don't have Draymond, Andre, and Wiseman. There's no way we're beating them in a 7-game series. So, and there's probably no way we're beating, Denver. Anybody with a really awesome big man is problematic for us when we don't have Draymond, because Draymond is the backup to Looney on that. And Looney can only do so much. He does a yeoman's job, but he can only do so much. So I hope you guys understand that what Steve just said right here, he has to say that. He has no choice but to say that. And he can never say the other thing that I just said.
All right, let's go one more for Cyrus. Go ahead.
Hey, Coach, can you give us any updates on James Wiseman? He seems healthy, so at this point, is there any schedule or any progress?
He continues to do well. He got a good workout in today with our guys back in the Bay, and he continues to progress. And as the more he progresses, the closer he gets to playing. So soon as we have something to report, a plan to report, then we'll let you know. But as of this moment, we still don't have a date as to when he'll play. All right, thank you.
All right, that's it for that one. We'll just skip Malone. Oops. Shit. There we go. I thought I closed the wrong window. So there, yeah. What do we got in the comments? Anybody skewer me yet? Oh wow. Okay. We don't have any other mods here. Okay, I'll promote you to mod. You gotta promise me not to do crazy stuff. Let's see. Oh, I haven't got the link out. Hold on, let me make you mod real quick. There we go. Okay, I got him. All right, user. We got tons of mods. We have like 10 mods. But yeah, okay, let's see. All righty, sir. There you go. Look out for me here. Let's see. Wow, that guy went crazy, huh? I found the best thing to do is just ignore him. Oh, okay. What do I think Wiggins is? Let's share my alternate screen here. Oh, where is it? Right here? Yeah, that's where it is. You got to go to Hoops Hype, Warrior Salaries. See if you guys have that. Okay. So then we go here. So Wiggins comes off the books in after the summer. So in the summer of 2023, he comes off the books. I think at that point that he would take a discount. And I think we keep him because if we lose him to free agency, then we lose this entire roster spot. This was created by Kevin Durant. And then, when he left, we got the sign-in trade for D'Angelo. And when we traded for D'Angelo, it's now Andrew Wiggins. But the reason why we can have this spot right here to overpay a guy is originally because of KD. I'm about to tip off here. Do you guys understand that? Is that we can't let Wiggins go in free agency because we need that roster spot to be able to overpay a guy. That's why we have these 4 guys that we can continue to pay ad nauseum if we wanted to. And that's how we circumvent the salary cap rules that a lot of other teams don't have the ability to do. They just have to draft well. They have to draft well and hope that the draft pick pans out, because you can keeping your own draft picks even as they grow in salary because of the bird rights rule. So it would be nice for Wiggins to take some kind of a pay cut to stay with us, but we can still overpay him. Why not? He's a good 3-man, and sign him to, 3 or 4 year contract type thing. And then Moody takes over, right? I just don't know in 2 years if Moody's going to be ready to be actually everything Andrew Wiggins is, right? Wiggs certainly has the ability to penetrate better than Moody, but whether he does that, at will, Moody, he's just not as good of a penetrator. Anyways, they got a dunk on us first time out. 11-24, 11-23, 11-22 is where I'm at. JP, short, missed the 3. So let me set up my scoreboard here. And Aaron Gordon and 1. So that sucks. Okay. Let me get everything set up. Oh, I guess Moody hits a 3 coming up. I'm a little slow on my thing, but I just saw someone tweet that Moody hit a 3. So he's about to hit a 3 right here. Yep. Set a pick, got the catch and shoot, squared up just like he said he would, using Klay's blueprint, and hit a 3. I'll get the scoreboard up in a second. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let me get the scoreboard up. NBA. Go here. Here. Okay. Go here. There we go. So we're up 8-6. We just scored 5 straight. Damian Lee, lefty layup. I'm at 10-20, 10-19. Very slow stream. AG spins on Moody. Not a good double clutch. He thought he got fouled. Here comes Juan. Pick and roll with Moody. Back out to Moody. Pulls up from 3. Good. He's so good. He's so solid. I mean, if he keeps doing that for X straight games, then yeah, his path will, his trajectory will take him past Wiggins, but is Moody going to do that every single game from here on out, right? That's the question. Made 13. React to what? You guys have funny needs. Nick. Jokic. Just like waltzes right by Looney. What can you do about that? Nothing you can do about that. Moody again, 3. Good. 1 with the handoff there. Yeah, Moody is just, yeah. He definitely is super controlled for a 19-year-old kid. Jokic behind the back. Looney has to foul him. Too good. Not much you can do there. We're up 11-8 though, and the scoreboard is way faster than I am. I'm at 11-8. Jokic at the line. Scoreboard's at 14-9, so that means he misses the first. There's Eric Hausen clapping at the missed free throw right there. Why would Looney come out though? Who's gonna guard Jokic? I mean, he'll come out if he has another foul real quick. But what, you want Kuminga to guard Looney? I mean, to guard Jokic? Got another 3. Juan with the 3. Timeout Malone. Yep, good start. Good start. Oh, cool. Where's the people that were like, where's the guy 2 nights ago? Oh, I'm not watching Denver. Oh my goodness. Come on, guys. Oh, fouls. Yeah. If Looney gets another foul pretty soon, then we have no choice but to put probably bring Belly in to face Jokic straight up. Maybe JK. Definitely JK or Belly, one or the other. JTA's had a disappointing season. Has he? I mean, what are you expecting? I don't know about that one. When opportunity meets preparation. That's the latest. Even Boogie Cousins used that in his Instagram. No, there's no use to fly your veteran heavy minutes guys all around the country. Anytime I've been on the road, it's like, oh, even a month ago when I went to this family outing, this family event in LA, it was just LA. Man, I got to LAX on the way back. I was in the Delta terminal, crowded as heck. And this was in the middle of Omicron, you know? And I'm sitting there going, man, I gotta sit here in this cramped up little terminal for, I like to get there on time. Like for another hour, I gotta be here before I board a plane to get in a steel tube 10,000 feet up in the air and stuff like that. Granted, the Warriors get to fly on a private jet and all of that, but it's still, when you go up that high in the air, Oh man, it takes a toll on your body. It really does. So I wouldn't have brought them on the road. I can see why. Moody has more potential to be an NBA star than JK. Why are we comparing? Why? Why would you compare an apple and an orange like that? What do you hope to gain? Comparison is the thief of joy. You just took away all my joy for Kuminga. Like, so why do you do that? How much do you think Klay's numbers will improve? There's only one number that needs to improve. W. That's the number. I don't, why do you care about Klay's numbers? Are you playing video games? You like stats? You're gambling? What's the reason? I'm not knocking you. I'm just curious as to why that's important to you. Klay can go 1 for 11 again. We win. I'll still be concerned about Klay, but we won, right? So I don't know. That's not the perfect answer. I don't mean to belittle that. I want Klay to play better. I don't want him to be 3 for 10 anymore. So stats do matter. But I've always, watched the game just in terms of the beauty of the game. And, you look down and you look at the stats and you go, oh, yeah. So-and-so had exactly this much of a number. And you're like, yeah, that matches up with what I saw. That's how I watch the game. So I'm just really not concerned about how many points Klay gets and what they were compared to when Draymond was there or not. So anyways, it's 14-14 right now. Jokic downhill. Barton got the step. Kind of tough when you got Jokic downhill like that. Timeout, Steve. So we're now down. So that's 7 straight points. 7 straight. Steve is arguing some kind of non-call with Eric Lewis. Eric Lewis is actually one of the more solid refs. JTA has been disappointing because I don't expect him to be amazing every night, but I definitely expect him at this point to be more of a positive. You're nitpicking a guy on a veterans minimum who is like the 12th guy off the bench, and you're saying that guy has been disappointing? I mean, he is what he is. If he was making $5 million a year, then maybe I'd be disappointed. Like, Juan isn't going to make every shot. I don't know what else you want him to do. Completely disagree with you. And again, if you just entered the room with positivity, you wouldn't end up throwing anybody under the bus. Like, I just don't get it. Why do you guys expect so much from certain guys? Even Damian Lee said it. Damian Lee said in an interview with reporters that there's a pecking order in the NBA. Steph, Klay, Draymond, Wiggins. When you're down here, you have a specific role, and basically the veterans minimum, it's just the same thing as when people throw Belly under the bus. Like, Belly is a veterans minimum guy. He's going to make turnovers. He's going to miss threes. If he didn't make turnovers and didn't miss threes, then he wouldn't be on this team because we couldn't afford him. He'd be a $5, $6, $7, $8 million player. That's why I say, when you come here, when you watch the Warriors, why do you not start in a positive frame of mind? Like I'm showing you how to do right here. To not expect perfection from people who are never going to be perfect. Not even Steph's perfect, right? So it's like, you got to get your enjoyment of the Warriors from positive things, because you could go on and on and on about the negative things. I just don't get it. Yeah, I don't mind if they lose either. Yeah. I mean, technically, I kind of don't mind if they ever lose. It's just like I can derive enjoyment of the game in other ways. But you do want to see the process meet the result. So if they play a perfect game and get beaten by a buzzer beater, then that's an example where the process for me is greater than the result. But usually when you play well in the process, the result will end up being a W. So you do all the right things, have the right intentions, pay attention to the detail. Damian Lee 3, no good. So we might be a little cold here. Drew an offensive foul. Good job, Damian. Just got to keep it positive. I just think that's so important in life, not just basketball, but in life. Like, if you're just complaining every day about everything that goes wrong in your life, I think you're missing out. You're missing out on a great experience. I'll come back to the comments later. Moody, left side, catch and shoot, no good. Looney, excellent rebound. Back out to Moody. JK, triple, no good. Here comes AG, Chioza. Chioza tried to take a charge, didn't get it. I just like, there's probably people saying bad things about Chioza right when that happened. And it's just not fair. And it's just, you got to be positive. And with the positivity, I would say, hey, that was pretty cool of Chioza to try and take a charge on the downhill Gordon. He tried his best. I don't expect him to get that charge because that's a two-way player. It's okay. Like, my expectations aren't that high. Moderator fact? I don't know. I have no idea what that is. Let's see. All right, Amy. Oh, Moody gets fouled, hits the three. My gosh, she's playing unbelievable. Wow. He's just playing nuts. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at his stats. Let's pull that up. We gotta get out of the old box score. So here, Moody, 13 points, 4 for 7, 4 for 5. Wow. Can you guys see that? There you go. Four threes by Moody. Okay. Yeah, that's a good assessment. I didn't have time to really get into that detail, but I mean, at the end of the day, we're happy that we have both guys, right? So King David is claiming that JTA has been turning the ball over a lot. That being said, let's look it up. Juan Toscano Anderson, BK Ref. with all of their ads. It's so annoying, but I guess they got to stay in business somehow. Okay, Chioza drives in, dishes out. Moody throws the ball away. Austin Rivers and one. Okay, King David. I see one turnover, 0-0-0, 1-1, 0-0-2. I mean, here's 3 against Memphis. I actually remember that game. That's when he got benched and only played 7 minutes that game. So I don't know what you're talking about. But sure, go pick on Juan. JP, another bad turnover, but somehow Chioza got the ball and got it to Moody. I think he gets an assist, even though Moody faked it like 3 times. So we're only down 3. Jokic lost it. JP downhill gets fouled. No, you're not being positive when you throw a guy under the bus. You're not. Don't throw guys under the bus. But overall, take your word for it right here. Hey, thanks, man. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I would say here that JTA is a great value at the veterans minimum. I think we even took a discount because he wanted to stay with the Warriors, his hometown team. Timeout, Steve. MMC with the comedy every now and then. Oh, let's see. Trying to catch up on the comments. Yeah, it's funny. Like sometimes I don't even want to say these things because like it highlights some of the negativity out there. But it is kind of funny. I mean, it's not a video game. It's not NBA 2K. You cannot bench Klay without, ironically, like just like social media, you can't bench Klay without any consequences, like you can on social media and NBA 2K. Like in real life, can you really picture yourself in the room, locker room, and you're like, "Oh, Klay, yeah, I'm not going to start you today." We'll come back to that though. We're back. Moody attacks. Oh, just off the rim. There's the Quindary Weatherspoon. There it is. Belly's in to guard Jokic, do what he can. Serbia versus Serbia. Tremendous respect there from Belly. Oh, he missed it. Jokic missed the putback, but it's their ball. Now he'll come out. Belly's like, whew. Oh no, he stays in. He stays in. Malone wanted somebody else out. No. No, he was staying in the whole time. He just went to the wrong place on the inbound. Yeah. So we got to come back to Klay. Benching Klay in a minute. Yep. Yep. Moody. Quindary rebound. Yeah, caught up in the comments almost. Belly passes to Quindary. Great cut by Quindary, but difficult lefty to try and finish that. And good job by the guys to get back. Moody almost gets a breakaway steal. He's a little tired though, and he's like, "Yeah, you got me, sub." 2:27 to go. Damian coming back in. Moody got the most minutes out of anybody out there, and deservedly so. And does look, like he gave it his all. He's going to get a rest. We're up 6, 222, 221, 220. Bones Highland, no good. JK rebound. Way to get that rebound. Gets it to Belly. Belly goes downhill. Oh, gets blocked. Reed with the block. Now he shoots a 3. Good. Yeah, if there was a way to inject ESP into somebody, say, yo, this guy just got a blocked shot. Watch for him on the way back down. Chioza, 2-pointer, layup. Wow, that's been a long time coming. Way to go, Cheese. You know what's funny is when you hear Steve in the interview call Chioza by his nickname, Cheese. It's just funny. Boogie's in the game. He'll shoot a 3. He's got the Christmas shoes on. Oh, and he made it. Got to be the shoes. Got to be the shoes. And the way he shot the ball is like, I listened to Moses Moody talk about Klay as the blueprint for his shot. That was totally not how Klay shoots it. Like he shot it sideways, like this almost. Boogie did. And he splashed it. I mean, good for him, but that wasn't how Klay would shoot it. Like he does the square up with the shoulders and everything. And Moody talked about that. I'll write about that tomorrow. Oh, wow. Talking about Nico Mannion in the comments. Future core with Mannion and just, yeah, we don't have Mannion anymore. We don't have rights to Mannion, I don't think. No, yeah, we do. We do. I think you get to no, I think it only lasts for 2 years. So I think Nico Mannion's a free agent now after being in Italy. You'll have to look that up. Somebody Google it for me, but I don't think we have rights to Mannion anymore because it's 2 years. We do with Jessup 1 more year, I think. Yeah. I'm not even sure about Jessup, but those 2 guys, I don't know that they're NBA players. I just don't know. They're not right now. I just don't think that they're athletic enough, honestly. Long wise, like just I mean I wish the best for Nico, but he missed 2 wide open layups last season at the end, and that's that. It's weird having the San Jose Spartans as a NBC Sports Bay Area on-screen sponsor there. Bones Highland is now, or I mean, is that Reed? No, that's Bones Highland is now taking over, and we're down by 12 just like that. Their second team is beating our second team. JK's got to keep it Euro step and 1 on you. Way to go, JK. Yeah, that right there, MMC. It's like who here can really picture yourself as Steve Kerr going up to Klay and saying, "Yeah, yo, Klay, yeah, you're coming off the bench tonight." Are you serious? Oh my goodness. Come on, man. All right, I got 14, 13, 12, 11 seconds to go. Q1. We're down 9. Speaking of Q, Quindary. Oh, Boogie. Spin. Got the step. Good pass by Bones again. Damian, 2 seconds. Got it at the buzzer. Way to go. So we're only down 9. Only. I don't know. We're down 9. Let's see. Here comes Warrior comes on here, never commented before. First thing out of his mouth, Warriors ain't winning this game without their starters. Like that's not how we roll, bro. Not on Let's Go Warriors. Let's Go Warriors. You know, we are that's those 3 words are rooting for the team to succeed. And you come on here, first comment, Warriors ain't winning this game without their starters. Like anyways, put you in timeout for that. We are so solid in the comments right now that I'm gonna just put users in timeout when they do that. So I wanted to tell you about the Klay story. There was one time when I actually did that to a teammate. Like I was the captain of the team, and it was just like this one guy started so many games, and for whatever reason that game I felt like he deserved to start too. And for whatever reason I felt like he shouldn't start that game. I don't know what it was, like the matchups or whatever. And man, I regretted it afterwards. It was just not the right human thing to do. And I don't think our relationship wasn't the same after that. Our basketball relationship, which was pretty much the only relationship I had with him. I mean, we lived so far away and everything. And I mean, all my teammates, I would say, are my friends, but not like close friends or anything. Not like we would go hang out together after the game, things like that. But I felt bad because I ruined the basketball friendship that way, the basketball relationship that way, over something that really was kind of petty, actually. So that human side of starting guys and bringing them off the bench, you cannot treat the real NBA as NBA 2K. And it's just preposterous. It's preposterous when you think of the human element that you would actually think that Klay would come off the bench. That's disrespectful. Okay, JK comes in, draws a foul. Jeff Green can't believe it. The thing about Nico and Jessup, I didn't see enough from Jessup last time. I just don't know. It's way more likely that he isn't with the Warriors than he is, but we'll see. We'll see if A, do we still own the rights to him, and B, I don't think we do, because it's 2 years now. Because he went 1 year with Australia, then the next year was this year. Jessup, yeah, I don't know. I just there's so many guys coming up from AAU that are draft eligible and college that I think you just go with the younger guy when there's 2 guys that are similar and you don't know if they'll perform at this level. So I would be surprised if there wasn't another Jessup available like as a second round pick out there. And you might as well go with the younger one, and you might as well, chances are the guys these days are a lot more athletic. Great dish by Quindary. JK dunk. Timeout Malone with that fast break type timeout. I wanted to say Popovich 2-0 run timeout, but it's actually like a 4-0 run. So yeah, I'm gonna disagree with you guys respectfully. Not that I don't feel like, I think Mannion has potential. It's just that, do we risk a contract on him reaching that potential? I wouldn't want to risk the contract. I don't know that we have enough room for a guy like that. I'd want our roster to stay the same as it is, in terms of, like, if we lose Iguodala, let's try and get another veteran wing to replace him, for example. I don't know. Iguodala is a bad example, I think, right? Because he's so different. He's so unique. And the rest of the roster, I kind of want to say keep the same blueprint. I just don't know that a young guy like Nico or Jessup is part of that blueprint. I would want to be veterans. I would want it to be veterans. And I think that's part of the conclusion that Bob Myers and Steve and the entire franchise came to this past summer. Remember, that was the talk, is we need to get veterans, and boy, did we ever, right? So I think that's the solution. And we have enough youngsters. We have 4 youngsters that look like they'll be here for a long time. That's good enough. 4 of them, unless it's somebody we just can't pass up. Like, it's somebody that you could take a flyer on. That's why I've been saying for the last 2 live streams, I think it is, I don't see us keeping that first round pick, because the formula as of last summer was to go with veterans. So if the formula is to go with veterans, then why would you have that first round pick who is going to be on your books? First round picks are guaranteed contracts and will be responsible for a slot on that very salary cap table that I showed you earlier. So I don't see them keeping that first round pick. We got enough young guys to worry about. We don't need to add a 5th young guy to the mix out of 15 roster spots. You want a third of your team to be young guys? One of them are a new rookie next year? Nah. Reed again for 3. Am I going on the road? We'll get to that at the next timeout. Good hustle, Chioza. Quindary comes over. But it's swing, Boogie over to Reed again, and he hits. We can't leave that guy open. Like, even when you're playing the game in rec league or AAU, when a guy's hot, that you can't leave him. And that's some deep level IQ that a young team like us got to learn sooner rather than later. Belly can't hit it. That's what happens when you got a Boogie right there and you're trying to go towards the rim and you're already thinking about, I'm going to get hit by Boogie. So that's why you missed it. A non-veteran minimum guy probably makes that layup. Not moving. You notice we're not moving right now. But we relied on JK to get the 3. Thank goodness he hit it, because now we're down 8. Could have been worse. 9:35 to go. 34, 33, 9:32. Well, Alex, I did give you the context for that. So don't just focus on the two missed layups part. I said a lot of things. Nico has a lot of potential, but like I said, are we the ones that's gonna take that risk of him reaching that potential? We already took that risk 1 year, and it didn't pan out. He did play well, then he didn't, then he did, then he didn't, right? So I don't think I was just saying stuff just to throw him under the bus, but maybe it sounded that way. Quindary and one reverse layup. Yep, just hang around. Actually, every NBA game, all you got to do is just hang around, quite honestly. Steve has said that. He said that to the effect of there's only really 20 points that are going to go one way or the other, and they're all in the margins. So that's what Steve means when they say they're in the margins, and what Steph Curry says when he says they're in the margins is those little hustle plays, those plays where you work on your fundamentals, when you don't have Draymond to cover up your mistakes. Those types of plays, those are what makes the difference between every single game. Now, this one's a little different in that we don't have any stars. But all in all, in general, it is a matter of those few possessions that will make or break 20 points in a game. Quindary, triple on the fast break led by Belly. That's some Warrior basketball right there. Belly doing a little bit of Dre impersonation there where you get the board and you run the break. And, so for all the people that wanted to have that center that that would have ended up cutting Belly, then you're getting rid of that as something versatile in the playoffs. And right there, Belly tried to fake the dribble handoff and got swatted by Boogie. But it was a good thought. Good thought. Quindary, I thought, did a pretty good job of putting his chest in front of the man. But the two-way player is rarely going to get that call when it's a 50-50 call. Hey, Bruce, doesn't his podcast come out on Wednesday, though? Which podcast is it? Is it the Dominoes one? Rolling Bones or whatever that's called? Because the Draymond Green show is on Wednesday, so that doesn't make any sense. So it had to be the other one, right? Let me know. Yeah, this is kind of our squad, but obviously better because there's more talent. Like when we didn't have anybody on the 2019-20 team, we didn't have anybody like JK that could finish the break with a dunk like this. We didn't have a Moody that could rattle off 3 or 4 straight threes other than Jordan Poole. But Jordan was really like wet behind the ears versus Moody. We all know he's more of an old soul than he is a rookie. We're only down 7, possibly 8 with this free throw coming up. Quindary. Oh yeah, this is a good point on Nico. Nico's game is more suited to the international game as well, where it's not as vertical. So he played great in the Olympics and the qualifier. And Moody hits another 3. Nobody blocked the bot. Come on, Blue Wrench. Ooh, Boogie falls down, gets to the line. Yeah, it's fun kind of watching these guys sometimes. Kind of like development game. Yep. Dean Chambers. Oh, interesting. The volume webpage. Okay. Come on, Rebel. Don't call people trash, man. I don't like that stuff. Calling people trash has become okay. It's just like typing in WTF has become okay. Those are things of American society that I don't like. I don't want to bring it on my channel, man. Never saying thank you and just telling a YouTube channel creator to do something, that is also something that I don't like. That is like automatically delete that comment. But you've been on here a lot, so I'm not going to block you, but like, it's just like it's just those words. It's just those words, like the word trash and even the word clown is just like these new expletive type words that you don't think hurts the feelings of the other person, but it does, man. And I don't think that's cool. I don't think that's macho. I don't think, I don't think you're, a tough guy from the hood. Like that's part of, the vernacular that you have to prove that you're street smart or something. I want to go a different direction and not have to resort to those types of things. So that's just me though, but I'm trying to spread that out as much as I can. I mean, I see enough of it when I ran my basketball league in both East Oakland and West Oakland. Like I used to run my league out of Brookfield every Sunday. Matter of fact, Damian Lillard, the kid, what was he, 10, 12 years old, used to come and watch because we would rent the gym out so he couldn't do his thing. Obviously, I did not have any adverse effect on his career, right? So I've already been through all that. You get out on the actual street of West Oakland, East Oakland, Bushrod Rec Center, where we last played was Golden Gate Rec Center. I mean, you just walk around that hood, then yeah, maybe you talk that way. Then yeah, maybe you run into some dude and you're talking about the Warriors and you go, oh yeah, so-and-so's trash. Maybe that's to gain that guy's friendship out on the real streets. Okay, yeah. But here, we don't need to do that here, not online. Online's a whole lot different than actual streets and quote unquote the hood. You want to see that? Come play in my league every Sunday. Well, after COVID's over, which it may never be over with, but right now I'm not about to start up the league again. I don't want to be responsible for looking at everybody's vaccination cards. Like, are you kidding me? Heck no. So I'm not going to go through that. Oh, Moody misses. So let me go ahead and look up the volume. The volume. Oh, I should have done it right here. My fault. Let's go look this up. YouTube.com, the volume. Well, they scored. We're down 7. The volume, YouTube right here. Videos. Draymond announces his return date. Ooh, okay, 1 hour ago. Awesome. Thank you. Moody to the line. I'm like barely paying attention now because now I'm all excited about WTF. Wow, that's funny. I know, right? Where are we? What's I gonna do? Oh, I was gonna post that on our Discord channel. Thank you, thank you. You guys should email me for access to the Discord. You positive people. What else? Oh, yeah. The volume, this one. Copy this. Copy link. Against Washington, huh? He's that confident, huh? Dre is that confident to put a date on it. Okay. Jokic against Chioza. Biggest mismatch possible in the gym. Finds Jeff Green for a layup. We're only down 5. Incredible. 5 minutes to go. You know who hasn't gotten hot yet? JP. Here he is. Belly Moody. Look at I keep saying Andrew Gordon. Look at Aaron Gordon give Moody respect. Pull, mishandles. He's got to fire it up. Shot clock down. Nope, no rim. Jokic rebound. Here we go. Here they come. Monte Morris, number 11. Oops. Jokic. Good. Wants a foul. No foul. Here comes JK. Bielitsa. No good. And they throw it up. I guess a foul on Bielitsa. I'll be right back. Got to do emergency restroom break. Be right back. Okay, back. Is this live action? Yeah. Jordan Poole, Looney. I'm at 353, 352. Looney baseline jumper. Hasn't made one in months. Monty Morris. against Chiozza. Goes to Jokic against Juan. Juan doing the best that he can. Looney shows himself. Travel. Juan did pretty good there, right? So what was the date on? It was the Wizards game, Bruce? Wizards game, is it? Oh, that would be Monday the 14th of March. Oh, that's Steph Curry birthday day. Gaboyega something accusing me of something. I don't even know what. You only want people to quote Bible verses on your channel. Okay, ha ha ha. Whatever. You could just be nice. Be a nice person. It's interesting though how he just announced it on a Monday an hour ago. Normally that podcast comes out on Wednesdays. But it's good that he controlled his own narrative versus anybody else. That's the reason why he did it. JP triple assist Chiozza. How many assists for Chiozza? Seen at least 2 of them. He has 4 assists, folks. I have a knack of knowing when a guy has done good in a certain stat, and I go check it, and it confirms it. All right, 1 and 1. I guess we need to talk about certain players on here, and then they'll just have a good game suddenly. All right, take care, Alex. JP3 and an and 1. Perfect. Okay, I'm caught up on the comments finally. I wish StreamYard would have a smaller way of displaying the comments. I wonder. And get some help here. Where's my help? Comments, banners, private chat? No. Oh, I blocked it out. Having issues. Oh, JP3. Oh, JP's on fire. 127 to go. We're down 1. Where are we at? If Moody pull Kuminga scores 20. Well, I don't know. I don't know that we need to put stats on that. I mean, you're probably right, but I don't know. We're doing well right now. We're only down 1. 103, 102, 101. Looney. To Jordan Poole. Back to Looney. Oh, almost lost it. Looney back up to 1. People move. Nobody's moving. Juan fakes the thing. Looney goes up. That's JP just standing there. when Juan has the ball, should come for a handoff. You see those little things? But am I mad at JP? No. Do I expect JP to do that every single time? No. Do I hope that he'll get better at that? Incrementally. Maybe not by this year on the regular. JP, good. So we're only down 31 seconds. So that's my thing, is I'll point those things out, but I'm not even being that critical about it. It's just part of the process. Now JK is going to get a technical for bouncing the ball too high. And what was the problem there? Is he got too emotional over a little stupid goaltending call. That's just like, but you like the passion, but it's again those little mental mistakes. Is this going to cost the game? No, it's a combination of things. If we lose, hopefully we won't. We're only down 4. It's almost halftime. 19.5 seconds. It's going to be our ball. But yeah, when we make mistakes like this or the other stuff, be it turnovers, a missed assignment, blah, 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 I'm not worried about it, because we usually have the stars in the 4 Hall of Famers that we'd have. I think Andre will get to the Hall of Fame. Oh, what a pass by JP. He was caught up in the air and then just threw it down as a pass. That's going to be on ESPN, I think. Oh, and Denver barely misses from the half court, and we are only down, 2 points? I should do this, sorry. Yeah, we're only down 2 at half. Yeah, GP2 has that soreness on the knee now. It's kind of trickled up from his shin to the knee. Yep, 69 points is pretty good for depleted lineup. Yeah, but I mean, Rebel, it's a tech. I mean, you have to call that. Like, you're going to get docked on your performance evaluation if you don't. You know? So it's just, oh well. So yeah, the question back before, am I going to go on road trips? I'm thinking about it, but just like, first of all, I'd rather be here with you guys, because it's become this thing, and now we have like 63 on the channel, which is really cool. And just trying to spread positivity about this team. I think it's my calling, you know. I think it's become my calling more so than making sure I get Wiseman practice workout video, even though, no, I mean, that was hard to get. Getting Klay Thompson workout video when he was rehabbing was hard to get. We didn't know if he was going to be there when we were let in and things like that. And so I go back to the whole, ironically, Denver experience when I had to literally walk 6 blocks to get to the first light rail train that would take me to the main train that would take me 30 minutes down on a train ride to University of Denver. Then I had to walk another quarter of a mile to get to University of Denver's gym. And then I had to live stream Steve Kerr while simultaneously taping Klay Thompson on my second iPhone in my other hand. And then for someone to disrespect that grind by just going into the comments and saying whatever they want to say, it just like, what am I doing this for? Like, what am I killing myself for? It's not like I'm getting paid like Anthony Slater over here, Connor Letourneau over here. I don't get any paycheck every 2 weeks plus salary, I mean, plus benefits and 401k for that physical and mental grind that I just went through. So it's like, I really have to think about that. And I think the worst part about it was when I snapped back at the guy that disrespected my grind on my own channel, that someone else screenshotted it and put it on Reddit and said, "Oh, this Let's Go Warriors guy is such a terrible person." And then everybody feeding off of that and the hatred just going exponential at that point. And suddenly I'm a bad person, etc. Like, I don't want to go through that. I don't want to I don't want to I don't want to just put all my passion and love for the Warriors only to have that happen. I don't want to be so tired that I don't want to be so tired delivering that type of content that someone will say something so honestly tiny in the grand scheme of things, and then I get worked up about it because I'm irritable and tired and need sleep or need food. I don't want to put myself in that position again. And so I really honestly have not had that childlike enthusiasm to go film a workout. So it's a situation where, and somebody else, a month ago said, does that mean that they won? That they got you? No, it's that I've grown up and my innocence is gone. Or the innocence of me thinking that the world would actually appreciate my innocence for the game and my childlike enthusiasm for watching Steph Curry shoot around for the 600th time in a row. I've grown up. I've grown up to understand that I can do something else that can change the world possibly. And when I say change the world, I just mean one person in the comments that we collectively, you and I, all of you guys, help make into a more positive attitude, to write something in the comments that's constructive and that's joyful and that looks at life first from a positive perspective so as to get through the adversity. Because we just lost 4 in a row. We're losing this one right now. It could be 5 in a row. And there are so many reasons for us to be negative, and yet we're not. And that's how I think you get through life. Ironically, that same formula is what's helping me become less and less bitter about the fact that I was publicly shamed on Reddit. So I will get to that point. I'm not quite there yet where I don't even need to mention this anymore. Or where I could actually forgive all those people for bullying up on me like that. But that's, you asked the question, am I going to go on the road in the playoffs? I don't think I will. I probably won't, because as I said, I don't want to be in that position again where I'm exhausted. And when I go out there, believe me, I'm giving it my 110%. There is no me that goes to cover a game as media, as an observer, where I can't go all out. I'm likely to go all out, but then the risk of me going all out is that I drain myself and I can't You know, I would just use all of that energy to be on here and to be on the channel because it's working. Being on the channel and spreading that positivity, it's working. And it's like it feels good and it helps make you guys feel good. And I'm telling you, positivity just works. It just works and it's almost indestructible. I wish people could just get that instantaneously. Like all the things that you ever wanted, all your quote unquote needs for every game, it's like they magically get fulfilled when you bring positivity and make it almost zero negativity. So that's what I'm trying to do now with my life, honestly. Well, I guess, Jose, if you predicted Moody was going to have a great game, good for you. But like, it's like, is that what you need? Is that pat on the back? I mean, I don't think you need that, right? You're happy, you're happy. Like, we don't need to make predictions before the game. Whatever happens, happens. Like, what if JK had made all those threes instead of Moody? You would be less happy? I think you would and you should be equally happy. So making predictions is nice, but it's not really what floats the boat, right? It's really our appreciation for what's happening. That's why I call this thing LGW Pass. Pass, PASS, positively appreciating surrounding situations, good or bad, whether it's we win or we lose. Oh yeah, everyone please splash that like button. Let's see how many. Splash that like button. Let's see. How many do we have? Hey, 70. I'm the 70th like. Cool. Yep. This is funny. Appreciate you, Robbie. Okay. Man, I wanna play that Draymond. But you guys can all just go to that link. Did I do the link yet? Hold on. Let's see. Where did I put it? Should copy the link here for you. Did he announce it on social media? Because here's the 50-second one. I'm just gonna play it. I'm gonna play the audio. Let's see what he says. That's not good. I don't need a copyrighted song to be playing in my live stream. Oh, Discover Cards. I hate you, Discover Cards. But now I got to do the audio. Oh, shoot.
That is the date that I am targeting. I'm excited as hell. I mean,
Ah,
it's been.
missed it. What is this? All these ads, man. Let's try it again. And let me go down here so I don't get dinged for playing the actual video.
Or targeting my return next Monday, the 14th versus the Wizards. That is the date that I am targeting.
Boom. And you know what? Good for you, Dre. Good for you to circumvent the normal thing of media. Good for you. I love it. I love that. He took advantage of his own platform to do the announcement. It's not the Warriors that's going to get all the views. It's not, although now the aggregators might. That's why when you hear something from Bleacher Report, I always try and find the source so that I can credit the source, so that I can click on the source and they get the revenue of the advertisement rather than somebody else. And I am more than happy to click on Draymond's video and him getting the revenue for that lame Discover ad, because he's the one. He's the one that's the subject matter. So he should have control over that platform if he so desires. Now, there's a lot of responsibility with that. He had to have created the channel. There's a monetizational platform for that. Kudos to him. He got the volume to do that. But the money's actually going to go to volume. And volume already has paid him whatever, probably some cut of the revenue as well. So I just like the fact that we heard it from nobody else except Draymond himself. Every NBA player should do that. Every NBA player should do that on YouTube, a monetizable platform. They should not give it away for free on Twitter. And I sincerely hope that this opens the door for everyone else to go and get a YouTube channel to monetize it the right way. And forget about social media. And I mean, okay, you can call YouTube a social media platform, but not really. It's a broadcast platform, and it's a robust one, and it requires you to have done something in the community to build your community to a certain point where you can start monetizing that on a regular basis. I'm back. Our ball, since we lost the tip. Moody and one. Oh my goodness. We're about to take the lead. We're about to take the lead. Yeah, right. Crazy with the dates. I did used to play at the rec level, though. I didn't have the physicality, as you can see, to play college ball. Didn't have the hops either. You needed the hops more than the muscles, because a friend of mine actually made the team as a walk-on, and he could fly. That guy, he's shorter than me. He could fly. But then they found out he was a junior, and they said, oh, nah, we're not going to have you on the team no more. Because they don't want juniors to make it as a walk-on. That's too old of a player, sad to say. But he actually made the team before they found out he was a junior. JP feeling confident. Wow, you see what I mean? It just spreads when somebody plays well, like Moody, and it rubs off. It rubs off on your teammates. Jokic misses from point blank, but I would have nitpicked at Looney for getting there a half second too late. Speaking of which, Looney gets the cut. Timeout Malone, JP assist. We're up 6. We're up 6. Incredible. Okay, yeah. So Jose, it makes it funner to make predictions unless all of your fun is already based on the wealth of information that's out there. Like, you're looking for NBA entertainment. Well, I transcribe almost every interview and put it on our private Discord and sometimes on our website. Going through what guys on the team actually said, to me, is a better use of my time and information and entertainment of the NBA than making a prediction or listening to Stephen A make a prediction or going to a gambling site. So I derive all of my joy of the game from gathering more and more actual data of the game. For example, transcribing almost every single interview. I literally enjoy that more. So to each his own, but I'm trying to introduce you to the notion of consuming NBA content through real information as part of the basis of your entertainment. When learning becomes part of your enjoyment, it's almost like, would you rather watch a video that teaches you something, or would you rather watch a TV show that's just pure entertainment and doesn't really teach you anything? I hopefully more and more of you will choose the former rather than the latter, which is to seek out something where you're learning something about someone or something rather than just kicking back and the whole Netflix and chill thing. I don't watch TV shows anymore because of that. Quite frankly, this is just my own observation, decades of experience here. I'm not part of the matrix. I think a lot of people out there are part of the matrix where they think they're supposed to fit in society in a certain way. Where do they learn that? Where do you think they learned that? The number one place where they learn that they should be a certain way, look a certain way, talk a certain way, and look a certain way, that's TV. That's why I kind of avoid TV shows, because I don't need them to teach me how to look, how to act, and how to get to where I want to be in life. So I prefer learning something. JP3. Wow. We are in sync. We're in sync. We're setting the right picks. You notice all the other little things. So let me skip the comments for a while. Let me watch the game with you guys. Jeff Green, I'm at 10:10, 10:09. He dunks. The obligatory Wiseman question. No update. It's day to day. So here we go. So I went long on predictions and TV shows. Okay. So look at that. Mr. Is it Mr. Bing Berrien? JP is on fire. We're up by 6. So I was gonna say, me not. Well, I forgot to mention in Denver when I got back from Denver University, it was snowing, so I had to walk through the snow to the train station, then walk through the snow again to the other side of the train station. There's 2 trains. There's one that's citywide, and there's one that goes to the airport. JP, step back. Nope, a little too greedy there. Not a lot of offense being run there, and then they get a downhill. They did get a downhill layup, but you kind of get that heat check when you're on the Warriors. So I was going to say that whole Denver experience, man, that really, that'll get me sick or old easily. Not so much. I don't sleep late, quote unquote, for these. If I do stay up late, that means I'm trying to do some post-game video, some splices of the post-game interviews, and that gets tiring. But I I don't need to catch a flight the next morning. So thank you, Amy. Pool is our future. There. See, look at Maribel's now throwing up all this positivity. So cool. Jokic. Oh yeah, cool. Elijah got to the comment and deleted it before I got to it. Good job, Elijah. Good having you. Okay, where we are. Oh, timeout 83-83. Darn it. Jeff Green again. We can't stop Jeff Green. But the reason why is because all of our attention is on Jokic. So that kind of lets Jeff Green go loose. So yeah. 22 points for Moody at the half. That's insane. Let's see. Stephen A. So 2013. I know, right? And yet he's there courtside. Just last game, remember I said it at the Laker game? They wanted him to say something about Russell Westbrook, so he had to say something, and he had to sound outraged by them not talking about benching Russell Westbrook a month ago. And it's just like, oh, okay, whatever. Is it dead though? Jacob, is the comment section dead? It's not dead. Yep, Jeff Green has that bounce. Wow. Really? You must be a new fan, Marivelle, because no fan that has gone through the Klay up era would ever say that they would want Poole to take a good chunk of Klay's minutes. No way. Not yet. We're still 100% ride or die with Klay. Marivelle is like, you're a metronome. You can go back and forth like this. But we're getting used to it in the comments. It's all good. As long as we know where you're coming from. Okay, if you love Klay and he's the best shooter of all time behind Steph, why would you say the previous comment? It's inconsistent. Are you a Stephen A? You're just trying to get attention? So anyways, oh, let me go back and delete Jacob's falsehood. So we just went through this. We just went through this where we said it is not humanly possible to picture Steve Kerr telling Klay that he's no longer starting. It is not humanly possible to envision that. It is humanly possible to envision that on NBA 2K. So if you're equating the actual NBA to a video game, then okay. But I prefer to watch the NBA as if it were actual real life. Jokic hits the runner. They're up 5 now. Man, this game, 2022 NBA, it can flip. It can flip like crazy. Weren't we just up by 7 after a couple of bombs by JP? Moody, no hesitation. Short, though. Looney, good job. I'm at 636, 635. JP doing too much. At least he kicked the ball before it was a turnover, but there he goes again. Too much. Just too much. Yeah, I don't like comparing either. I usually will highlight comments that have cool emojis, or in this case, fire emojis. Jokic, oh, swing to Jeff. No good. He's so much taller than JK. Chioza got a foul. Okay, Marivelle, you gotta make up your mind here. You said you would start Poole instead of Klay. Is that what you said? Oh, take a good chunk of Klay's minutes. Right when Klay is getting his conditioning back at 30 minutes a game, you want Poole to take more of his minutes? Like, what trajectory are you on? Like, do you want Klay to be 100% or not? Because for Klay to be 100%, he needs to A, start so that he will mentally be 100%. Because if you put him on the bench, that's kind of a downer, right? That affects his mental. Secondly, you would need to play him 30 minutes, which therefore JP is not going to play 30 minutes. And there's another foolish turnover by JP. But it's just part of his learning process. And now I think it's Quindary got off the bench and JP gets beat on the back door. There's no way JP is not going to get subbed out right here. It's just one of those learning things that you give to a young player. It's like, okay, I can't play you right now because you don't deserve the minutes because of these mistakes right now, these mental errors that's costing the team. So I have to sub you out. Looks like Quindary's coming in for him. I mean, I'd be surprised. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I've been wrong before. Might not be a sub for Jay. Good job by Chioza going back and forth between him and Monty Morris, but Monty ends up hitting the 3. Now we're down by 10. Steve jumps off the bench to yell something. Man, JP almost slipped. Looney attacks Jokic. Good. Good job, Loon. Only down 8. Looks like Belly's going to come in. Monte Morris, left side, Chioza. I think we're in a zone. Look at Moody double Jokic there. Swing to Austin. He gets the 3. Steve says, move the ball. Go, go, go. Looney takes him. Oh, misses it. Should have tried to bank it right there. Couldn't get it to drop. He'll go to the line. What's our free throws tonight? Let's see. Free throws are 12 for 15. Not bad. Let's go, Moses. Okay, I think we're pretty much on the same page about JP. Going to play the Jordan Clarkson role. Oh, Looney almost had that steal, but Jokic is too big of a guy. Anyways, Austin Rivers in the paint over to Jokic. Good hustle by Quindary to do whatever he can to disrupt the Jokic attack. And right there, Chioza a little too much trying to thread the needle there. Turnover. Down 10. Long game, though. Hang around, guys. Just hang around. Do what you can to hang around. Okay. Monty Morris, Jokic. Uh-oh. Against Belly. Kuminga comes over and one. Okay. JK just went, what? What? What kind of foul was that? I didn't touch him, JK says. Let's see the replay. Wow. Yeah. That's probably awful reffing. That's probably awful reffing. I guess they miss those every now and then. Looked like a complete ghost foul. Missed the free throw anyway. Triple-double for Jokic. Jeez. Chioza 3 offline. That seemed like a little early. Anyways, we're down 12. Jokic against Belly. Uh-oh. JK shows. Jermichael Green got it. Now JK's trying to iron things out with Quindary on who should have helped on that one. Down 14. Yeah. Just the franchise, you know. Oh, Chioza 3? Okay. Anyways, down 12. 247, 246, 245. Oh, great cut by Quindary. Gets it. I mean, that should be an and one. Ghost foul on Jokic because they called an and one. Ghost foul on us. But anyways, Mike Malone's upset for giving up the back door. And that's what you got to do every single time. Yeah. Just keep cutting like Quindary does. Remember, the two-way guys are not eligible for the playoffs. Only if we convert them into full-time NBA contracts before the playoffs. However, that's not going to happen given that all 15 of our guys look like they're going to be good to go for the playoffs, right? So there's just no room for any of the two-ways. So remember, that's why Chioza hasn't played recently. Steve said as much yesterday in practice that Chioza has been benched lately because we're trying to establish the playoff rotation. And the same thing for Quindary. For those of you that want Quindary to somehow crack the rotation, he's been showing, good flashes here. So no matter how well Quindary plays, he's not going to be part of the playoff picture, and he might as well just play with the G League team. All right. We're still fighting. Yeah, it's only 10. Turnover, Jokic, Damian gets downhill. Quindary, Damian, right side. Get it out of there. JK by the logo. Quindary, swing the ball. And that's what happens when you don't immediately swing that ball. It even made Chiozza twist his body, and now he's limping. Wow. They wouldn't let JP sub in for Chiozza, who's limping. The old NBA, you could. Compazzo bricks it, thank goodness. I wonder how many fouls we have. Get Chiozza out of there. Oh, well, JK is going to take JaMychal. A spin, a scoop. It's good. Classic JK move. And meanwhile, I bet you Mike Malone's like, JaMychal, that's what JK does. You got to watch the spin. Execute my game plan. Boogie against Damian gets doubled. Swing, swing. Back to Austin. He's against Quindary. Quindary doing a good job, but Rivers misses. Damian rebounds, slapped by Austin. Now we can get Chiozza out of there. I guess Rivers is upset that, give him a T. We need every point that we can get. He's yelling at the ref because he wanted a foul on that runner. Who's wearing that ugly pink outfit? Yeah, who is that? Oh, good cut again by Quindary. And one against Boogie. That looks like man, let's deduce. Let's deduce. Denver Nuggets roster. Is that Jamal? Could that be Jamal? Oh my goodness. No, it's not Jamal. I'm looking at it right now. So he's got a shaved head, kind of. I mean, a low cut. Michael Porter? No. Can't be Michael Porter, could it? Bryn Forbes, maybe? Or Konkar? Maybe it's Konkar. He's one of the inactives today. He's injured. DeMarcus, almost messed up the dribble, but he got it back. And then throws up an air ball. Go, Belly. Run the break, Belly. Finds JK. That's what Belly brings you. That's what he brings you. Dunk JK. We're only down 3. How is that even possible? Well, now we're down 5 because let's see the updated score. So that means Boogie will make both free throws. Still, we're only down 5 is like amazing with 40 seconds to go. What's that mean? When you said Stephen A is trying to get views, I thought of Miles Turner trying to copy Kyle Kuzma. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Let me know what that means. So Boogie's going to make both of these. Oh, I can't watch the scoreboard. It's now 104-101, so I know we scored. Okay, I can't watch the scoreboard. It must be tough for you guys, too. I need to do a delay. I need a website that delays another website. JP way off. So that was a 2-for-1 ridiculous heat check by JP. So somehow we get it and we score, I think. I'm not looking at the scoreboard. Oh, Man. Boogie, no good. Belly, 6'5", 4, 3. JP with the spin, finds Belly for a dunk at the buzzer, 0.8. We're only down 3. Way to go, guys. Long sleeves, man. Sorry, Elijah. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's hard for me to follow the rest of the league if there's something funny going on. Kyle Kuzma does something funny. I probably don't hear about it until ever. Uh-oh, you're back. Don't jinx it. K-Woo taking a jab at the haters and on Twitter. Okay. Man, I'm telling you, the Mavs are dangerous because they have that small lineup. They're not obligated to play, Porzingis anymore. So well, someone on Twitter said this. Let me show you. Someone hit us up and said this. Can you see this? Let me see if you can see this. I'm going to my first Warriors game this Thursday, March 10th in Denver to show out and rep. Oh, it's so small for me. Let me read it here. My team, I will be sitting right behind the Warriors bench. My college professors said if I come back with a picture with Steph and Curry, that there would be no midterm. Come on, Chef. Biggest Warriors fan in Colorado right here. The problem with that is that it's so hard. Little does he know. Someone let him know. I don't want to do it because I don't like to engage people on Twitter, whether it's good or bad. I've completely lost faith in that app. Boogie misses a dunk. Quindary claims that he just put his hands up, but I'm not sure. I think there was some contact there with the advantage of Boogie getting in the air before the other guy, and usually you draw the contact that way. So anyways, the problem with that is it's so hard to get pictures with guys. Like, I don't recall Steph ever giving a picture pregame that wasn't in the tunnel. Maybe you could try to get a selfie, that kind of thing. You're better off getting an autograph. You know what I mean? Like, there are certain things you can get and there are certain things you can't get. And getting a picture with the guy, you want Steph to come up to you in the stands? That's not happening. What a nice pass by JK, but JP does one of those things that I hope he grows out of, which is the crazy double pump. And right there, you see again where JP's a little bit slow on the Boogie rotation. But again, like, he's in his third year and his forte is offense, not defense. So you got to just learn incrementally. So he'll get there. And then Belly throws it away. So we're going through some second unit struggles right here. Of course, JP is a first unit guy tonight, but Boogie finagles a foul on Quindary, and we're already 2 fouls into it, and it hasn't been 2 minutes yet. So that's not good. They're going to take it. What, free throws or side out? Looks like everyone's lining up. Should be side out. Yeah, side out. All right, Compazzo, left side. Jeff Green, no good on the reverse. Run the floor. Go, JP. That should be a block. Yeah, block on Compazzo. Good job of shifting your body as you rise for the layup to avoid the charge. It's a lot of contact there, so JP winces in pain. But to just go adjust kind of sideways. Yeah, hopefully the guy can get, a selfie-ish type thing. Otherwise, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that he can physically actually pull that off. It's interesting how the Nuggets just have 5280 written there as, Mile High Arena. What a reminder to the opponent that you're 5,280 feet up in the air, up above sea level. And that's kind of cool of them to do that, I think, playing the psychological game. Anyways, Juan commits a foul right there. Somebody missed a rotation, and that's our third foul at least. I should check the ESPN box score to make sure we're not in the bonus. And we are not in the penalty yet. So that's good news. Let's go back here. All right, so we've cut it to 105, 108. I'm not there yet. 9:59 inbound here. Foul on Boogie. 9:59 to go inbound, and I'm down 5. But obviously, the real-time scoreboard has us only down 3. Moody's back in. Quindary goes out. Look out, Belly. Juan over to JP. Foul on Compazzo. Now we're picking up fouls, which is great. Compazzo a little too much. Belly, Moody, Juan, cut Damian. They miss him, but Belly got some. And one. Boogie fouled him. Are we in the bonus? We're in the bonus. It seemed like a lot of fouls on those guys. See, can Robin Lopez do that? Can Tristan Thompson do that? Who else? Another 5 that I'm forgetting. DeAndre Jordan, can he do that? Maybe Boogie can make that pass. But Belly's pretty good, man. Oh, Damian missed the free throw. Well, our free throws tonight have been okay. We leave Compazzo wide open. He misses. Thank goodness. That's the guy we want taking a shot. What's up? What just happened? They didn't reset the clock correctly. Monty Morris can't sub in right now. We're just changing the shot clock. Unless we call timeout. Okay, here. JP against Campazzo. Why are you showing that angle, NBC? He takes Campazzo, finds Moody, corner, in and out. We're only down 3, 9-18, 9-17, 9-16. Uh-oh, Reed, hot again. Oh, gosh. 3-pointer up top. If he scores right after this, I want a timeout, and I'm yelling at the guy who left him. Oh, Belly got picked. And now we got to look for the clear path. Yeah, so maybe we did a good thing by having LeBron score 56 on us the other night, huh? Maybe in the long term. I don't know. I don't know what the actual rule of clear path is. Is it the ball or the man? I'm thinking that's a clear path just because. Yep, 2 free throws and the ball. Because the ball is ahead of where you are when you foul them. Just another silly turnover. How many turnovers? 11 turnovers? It doesn't seem like that much. But those turnovers are killing us. Like this might be a 4-point play turnover. I just recall some pretty correctable turnovers, and in my mind that hasn't really been corrected yet. Campazzo just misses both horribly, but he doesn't play as much these days. Last year he played much more, oddly, with now Jamal Murray out. But they have a new lineup now. Almost a different team for the Nuggets. They've gone through so many injuries. Here comes Reed, though. Over to Jokic. Easy jumper. That's like us shooting from 3 feet away. So easy for the 7-footer. Moody. Bad pass. Got off his foot. That's another controllable, you don't need to leave your feet right there. And then there's an and one foul by Juan. We fell asleep on defense. All of those things that we talked about that are correctable, they're doing wrong right now. And we're losing by 10. But the thing is I didn't think that we would reach the ceiling of playing, almost perfect ball. So the people that were in the comments angry that the Warriors weren't playing, turnover-free basketball. I mean, this is our squad tonight. It's young and inexperienced. I just don't see us not making those mistakes, even though if we don't make those mistakes, we probably win a game or two. Looney, good rebound. Thank goodness he's not hurt. Jokic had to basically hard foul him. They're keeping up against a healthy team except for Jamal. With everybody healthy and the guys who can really find each other on the court, this team is insane. Looking forward to next week. Who, us? I mean, if we get Draymond on the 14th, yeah. Does Google have subscriptions where you will not see ads? Highly doubt it. I don't know. I think, yeah, YouTube. I think, yeah, if you subscribe to, I don't know, YouTube Premium or something like that, you have to look it up. Oh, Vitor. Okay. Oh, okay, we got the rebound. Here comes Chioza down the lane. He's stuck. Gets it to Damian. Over to Juan. Handoff Moody. 9 seconds. Go. Moody is stuck. He needs a screen from Lily. He's against Jokic. Got to throw it up. Makes it. Wow. Moody. Player of the game for us. 29 points on 10 for 19. Whoa. Way to go, Mood. Mood. Oh no. Monte Morris open. Misses. Looney. Tap rebound. Good. Let's go. Chioza. Over to Juan. Back to Chioza. Come on. Keep moving it. Chioza. Looney. We're a little slow on the 0.5 basketball. Looney. Over to Chioza. Good dish to Juan. Corner. It's good. Splash. We're down 4. 6:45 to go. 44. 6:43. Team is resilient. Jokic short. Good tip, Juan. Who said Juan wasn't playing well? Man, he's playing great. Damian, back to Juan. Drives, no. Damian, good choice by Juan. Sets a beautiful pick, but Damian can't hit. Man, that was a beautiful pick, Juan. Monty up top against Chioza. Right side, Reed. Up top to Monty again. Just let him shoot. Go double him. Double Jokic. Almost too late, Chioza. Monte Morris just got to hope he misses. Looney can't do anything about Jokic, and he pushes him. Why do you push him at that point? He's already off balance. I think that was out of frustration. I think he wanted an over the back, and Looney fouled him out of frustration. Well, you should have been here earlier, Vitor. Someone was nitpicking on Juan, but it wasn't. We turned it around. We made it positive after that. Loon and Wiggs needs to get better on free throws. I mean, I just like, I know I'm different than the average fan, but I don't really get mad about free throws. There's not a whole lot you can do there. And they're definitely practicing them. I think it's the fact that I've been in free throw slumps myself, so I know how difficult it is. And again, it's just like anything else. If you want to go be mad at Kerr, please go coach some teams and have an appreciation for that. Free throws, go play in more rec league games, whatever, and see how many you can hit with the game on the line. And, you're in a gym and everybody's watching you. It's probably harder for them because, they got 15,000 people watching them versus, 20 people watching them. I've been there. I've been in a free throw slump, and those things are tough to get out of. I'm always thinking, when you think of awesome free throw shooters, I always think of like Michael, Kobe, Steph. Like when you see them go up to the free throw line, and especially a guy like Michael or Kobe, like Michael, you could see the concentration in his eyes. My point being is that even when you go to the free throw line, you have to have this sort of mentality that's sort of like a cross between killer instinct and yet freeing your mind, clearing your mind entirely of any waste, clearing your mind of any doubt, and just going up there in front of 15,000 and just knowing knowing what your mental is to achieve something that's supposed to be as routine as a free throw. If you think about it too much, it can have an adverse effect, and it's a very thin line that you straddle when you're on that free throw line. But NBA players are supposed to be a lot better than that than me. So, but I feel for guys that are stuck in a mental rut and can't hit a free throw. So I can't get mad at anybody for that. I really can't. I've been there. I've also been there where I made a crucial free throw too. Looney hustle, gets the offensive board. Moody takes Gordon, right side, stuck, get up. Gets up, air ball. Yeah, that's a tough one. Tough possession, but we're only down 6, 5:29, 5:28, 5:27. Jeff Green charges into Moody again. Moody doing so many things. Steve said it. Steve said it last game. He said Moody is definitely moving up in the rotation. And these are plays that prove that. All right, JP up top, one pick, Looney. Dribble handoff to Chiozza, fakes the 3. Looney pick and roll in the lane, throws to JP, almost steps out of bounds, but he's good. Fades away on Jeff Green. He got the step back on Jeff Green. That was pretty much the only thing he could do. Pretty solid defense by Jeff. We're only down 3, 446, 445, 444. What a game. I can't look at the comments and I can't look at the scoreboard right now. I got to find a website that delays a live score. Austin Rivers way off. JP 2-on-1. Oh, he pulls up. Oh, man, you had a 2-on-1 with Moody. Okay, at least it wasn't a turnover. Chiozza, oh my gosh, Chiozza's going to launch a 3. That made no sense. So maybe you go back to the point of which Poole should have just done the traditional fast break against Moody. Anyways, Jokic gets doubled. Austin Rivers loses it, so we're good. JP 1-on-0 against Jeff. Foul. No foul? Oh my gosh. Let me see the replay, but he got blocked by Jeff Green from behind. I need a replay. But Monty down to Jokic. Looney and Chiozza double him. He finds AG up to Austin. Down the lane against Chiozza. Scores. There's only so many times you can stop Austin Rivers. We're down 5. We should be down 1. JP can't believe it. Now talking to Eric Lewis. Damian Lee is saying that it was goaltending. I would love to see a replay. Resilient. Let's see. Well, I'm glad I talked about free throws, people. Loon the monster. Oh, yeah, I forgot JP leads the league in free throws, so. Nope, Wiseman's day-to-day again. If you go to my website, you can see what I predicted as the date of him actually making a return on the floor. Here, I'll just spill the beans on you. Here's me spilling the beans right here. There you go. Let's go Warriors right here. If you click on that, boom. Maybe give me a heart along the way, will ya? So here, Wiseman. Prediction, even though I didn't really predict anything. Oops. Welcome to the show. I know that did look dangerous right there. Need a replay. Maybe you got it clean. You don't know that, you know. We're going to get a replay. That's the first thing NBC should do when we come back. But no, they didn't do that. Just, can we get more basketball people in basketball? Did anybody see a replay? It just, that's almost as inexcusable as the actual non-call itself. Looney dunk putback on the miss by Moses. Aaron Gordon is mad at himself. We're only down 306, 305, 304 to go. Austin Rivers up top. We're in zone. Moody. Aaron Gordon down to Jeff Green. Austin swing. The money misses it. The guy who hit the game-winning three on us last time, or game-tying or winning, I forget. Anyways, yeah, JK's in there. JP. Wraparound pass gets kicked by Jeff Green. We'll take it out. 2:36 to go, down 3. Yeah, I'm thinking that was clean. I wonder if he got him by the body, though. That's hard to call. Let's say Jeff Green actually hit JP on that. It's hard to see. Oh, no. Run out turnover. Jordan Poole again. You know how hard that is on the road and 15,000 people laughing at you? That's going to be tough to come back from. We're down 5, 214, 213, 212. It's just JP has too many of those run out turnovers every game. So let's see if that was a turnover. A foul. I can't tell. Can't tell on that replay. Need an alternate angle, NBC. Missed another free throw. We're only down 4. If we pull this out, we just really need 2 stops. Uh-oh. Oh, Jokic gave up the ball like that. Air ball, and Jeff Green gets it. Kuminga foul. Veteran ref Eric Lewis made that call. Let me see a replay, NBC. Somebody. Hello, NBC. That whole replay button doesn't work anymore. All right, I can't put it on the scoreboard anymore. I don't want to be spoiled. Oops, and of course I just did that. 25 points for JP and 30 for Moody. I'm going to go here so that I don't get spoiled. 122, 117, 123, 117 after that free throw, 159 to go. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for saying. I was going to say that. Yep. JP, that's the thing. Moody corner against Jeff Green. Bye-bye. Off his feet, throws it away again. JK, he's telling JK you should have gone down, but it's just the problem is Moses left his feet. That's the problem. And that's another turnover. I don't even, that's at least 14 turnovers suddenly. I mean, 3 in the last couple minutes. Not good. And 1. Kuminga doesn't know what he did. It's a tough cover. I mean, this is exactly the point of where you wish you had Draymond. Completely different team, completely different outcome. Just even for the last few plays, if we could magically transport Draymond to defend Jokic one-on-one, different ball game, completely different. Instead, anytime he gets the ball, it's trouble. Fits with the, we need to pitch a shutout. We're down 7, 1:10 to go. Here comes Monty. Down the lane, too easy, but misses it too hard. Chiozza brings it up. Rushes it up. Back to Looney, to JP. He's going to launch. Good. Need 2 stops. 53.4. We're only down 4. 7 points became 4, just like that. That's the NBA for you in 2022. Chiozza, don't reach. Are they trying to foul him? Jokic and JP just like, why do you go across the face? You didn't need to do that. Just stand there like this. He just has those instincts that are problematic. Try not to do the WTF, Vitor, please. I see that too much. I'm trying to have a WTF-free chat. Because anytime I see WTF, you know the word that crosses through my brain that I hear it audio in my brain? I don't want that word in my vocabulary, you know? But anyways, I actually disagree with this. JK not fully engaged. He just doesn't know how to not, come down when you put your hands up. And that's a foul every single time if you bring your hands down and don't keep a vertical. And he's really learning this on the fly. Like he didn't go to college for 4 years where they drilled that every single day at practice at, fill in the blank Division I college, right? He didn't even really have a high school career to learn that. So he's learning that here in the NBA, and he's learning it the hard way, the most punishing way, which is in an actual NBA game that goes in the record book. So those are just, young guys, not even rookies, like younger than a rookie mistakes. So, yeah, this one about Looney. Looney is just, he's not athletic enough to cover enough space. So you can't really blame Looney. That's like, Looney, you're not athletic enough. I mean, that's just not the right take. Moody for 3 has to desperation as we're down by 6, 28 seconds to go. I don't blame the refs, guys. I don't blame the refs. I don't know. Is this true? Let's check all of our free throws. 6 more free throws. We're still 1 point short right there, guys. Yeah, so I think it's not even the turnover number, which is 14. It's the fact that we had 3 of them in crunch time. This hasn't been offered yet. They don't need to offer it. You don't need to offer it until the off season, so or close to it, I would think. I don't know when you need to offer that, but it's not right now. So I don't think you need to offer that until it's time to offer it because a lot can happen, you know. God forbid, right? You know, knock on wood. I'm just saying, like, the Warriors don't make decisions until the 11th hour, until when they need to make decisions, because it's just the more prudent thing to do, especially when you're really pretty much, you know, bidding against yourself, really. But I mean, it's not our money. Like, it is when you go buy a ticket at Chase, but at least you know is going to go towards some of that luxury tax, and Lacob can pay it. The Warriors have the capability of paying Jordan Poole $80 million. I don't even think we should worry about the number. It's more can we keep a guy at a high number? And yes, we can, because we drafted him. So I just, like, he's going to get paid whatever he's worth. And that's Bob Myers and Jordan Poole, his agent, working that out. And both sides are not stupid. They're not going to fleece the other side. What is the agent going to go, oh, you know, we have offers from him, and make up some number? No, he's got to be honest with it. Like, we have actual offers that are this, that, and the other thing. And can we pay that much? And then you're finagling on the last few million. I think you'll get that, you know, basically the franchise discount, that we're always going to have a championship caliber team because our top 4 players are named Curry, Thompson, Draymond, Green, and Wiggins. Like, we will always have the ability to pay for top tier guys. We can trade Wiggins for another 30 million guy, right? So if Jordan Poole is getting a bigger offer from, say, the Charlotte Hornets, I mean, that goes into some of the discount that we're going to get with Jordan Poole, right? And if he doesn't get a discount, then we can assume that that somebody offered him something ridiculous. But I don't think they will, because a lot of the GMs in the NBA now are very smart. All of them, all 30 of them. So whatever you get paid is more than likely what you're worth. The collective bargaining agreement has been tweaked and tweaked and tweaked to a point where you will probably get what you're worth. Now, the TV contract is going to be up soon, like after next summer. So that will inflate the 2025 salary cap. So maybe then you'll get some people that are overpaid in 2025. But up until then, in my opinion, it's very, very unlikely that someone would get some kind of contract that isn't quote unquote market value. So I don't think we really have to worry about Jordan Poole nor the number that he's getting. I think we should just be, we need the continuity in our roster. And I think he's an important piece of the future. And it looks like he can improve. It looks like he can, every game get better incrementally with those, bad turnovers or what have you, defensive assignments and things like that. You know what? That Jeff Green block, that was a game changer. That was a game changer, and that's Jeff Green for you. That's why the Nuggets went out and got him, because he can flash that kind of athleticism every now and then. That's exactly the type of athleticism that's going to keep JK in the league for a long time. Speaking of which, so yeah, so that's my long take on Poole. Yep. Turnovers. Yep. No stars. Yeah. JP and Moody dropping 30 is actually very, very good news in the long term. It's 5 losses in a row is not disappointing to me in terms of, like, if we're looking at whether or not we're going to the playoffs with Draymond or not. Like, that's the big picture, right? If we lost all the rest of our games and we won our first round playoff series, wouldn't you be happy? Like, so I just don't put a lot of weight into games where we don't have our full squad. It's as simple as that. I didn't put a whole lot of weight in our 15 win season in 2019 and 2020. So I don't put the same weight on these games without Draymond. I just don't. So I disagree with you, actually, on that, all in all. Like, again, my thing is more about the process and the experience of going through the ups and downs with teams. So you have the ups where we won 73 games in one season, where we got KD and we're pretty much, indestructible when we were fully healthy and when we wanted to win a game that next year in 2017. We've had those glory moments. So for us to go through these struggles now, that's all part of it. That's just like life. You're going to have ups and downs. And you're going to have times when you're lucky and times when you're good and times when you deserve it. I think we deserved it when KD came to our team. We got lucky that Steph Curry's ankles kept his salary low and we were able to bring KD on board, but we went through a lot of decades of heartache to eventually meet that moment where, again, opportunity meets preparation. And I think we deserved that. So from that point on, here we are. We're going to have ups and downs. So, I don't expect so many wins out of these last 5 games. This one was a scheduled loss. So what? We would have been 2-3 if everybody played better against, whatever team that we were supposed to play better against. I said it before in the beginning. Maybe you weren't here, but I just don't expect that much from this roster, especially tonight. So it's not disappointing to me. It so happens that we've lost 5 in a row, but that's the result. And I'm just like, our process right now is missing a big piece, Hall of Fame piece in Draymond Green. He's like if you took Magic Johnson off of the Showtime Lakers. I don't know another analogy to put out there. But you have to take the positives. and we got Moody, we got JP. Like this was a development game. So I'm actually not disappointed. And honestly, I'm never disappointed in the team. Like it's just like it's a different level of zen. It's like maybe because I've lost so many games. I've been a Warriors fan for so many decades where we had no shot. Like the ownership was so crazy that it just, even when we got lucky and we had a draft pick like Gilbert Arenas, you know, the next day, the collective bargaining agreement the next year would allow, you know, the Wizards to offer him some crazy enormous amount, and suddenly we didn't have him no more. Or some quirky little thing after We Believe where we should have got KG and it didn't happen. And you know, all these crazy things that really felt like we were snake bitten. And then I guess you guys have never been there, so it's harder for you to appreciate that. And you have this just lofty expectation of the Warriors. Like I just, it all balances out. You guys just have no idea. And sometimes you're going to see that in everyday life. You're going to see that. There's good and bad. And you have to infuse the positivity in the bad stuff so that you can get through that to get to the good stuff, because there's good and bad. There's going to be good, good, bad, 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 good, good, bad, good, bad. And if you're going to be complaining every single time when there's something bad that happens, it's going to be, you're going to have that anxiety, and anxiety is going to prevent you from achieving happiness, quite frankly. So, oh well. Good effort. Yeah, we never really saw the replay on that, did we? But anyways, I don't know that that would have made a difference. When I was a coach, I would tell my guys, you just got to do the extra thing that makes it more obvious for the ref, or that you just got to be more physical against a guy like Austin Rivers. You just got to be more physical. But that's, you learn that. JP's going to learn that, so that next year against Denver, that's not happening. Maybe it's the year after that. So we're watching guys develop, and I'm not going to blame the ref on that. I didn't even see the replay, so I think JP can play a little bit better in terms of those little things that don't lead to turnovers. Yeah, so I can't blame the ref for the game. Wow, Dean went through the trouble of adding some numbers up for us, so that's promising. Let's see. Yeah, you hope to see them in the playoff rotation until they make a rookie mistake in a critical moment. But yeah, no, I mean it's all good for their development and everything, and we just need our full squad. We just need our full squad, because that would be disappointing. We talk about disappointment. I tell you what would be disappointing. Never seeing Draymond, Steph, and Klay on the floor at the same time, clicking I'm not talking about the first minute when they get back and they're rusty. I'm talking about the wheels are turning and the engine is the pistons are going, and we're firing on all cylinders type of stuff. If we never got to see that, that's disappointing. And that's out of our control. Want to see Weatherspoon more? I mean, who doesn't? It's just, is it realistic? I just don't know that it's realistically possible. The reason why I said earlier, maybe you weren't on then, is that Steve said yesterday in practice that Chiozza hasn't been playing lately because they're trying to figure out the playoff rotation, and two-way players aren't going to be eligible for the playoffs. So why play him when you're trying to figure out your rotation? So the same thing goes for Quinndary, is that you really don't have the luxury of playing a guy right now when we have less than 20 games to go before playoffs, and you're trying to find that rotation for you. I don't know that we actually do need to get a winning streak. Once game one of the opening round of the playoffs starts, nobody's going to care who won how many games in a row. We're going to go, oh, those were regular season games. And probably we will have rested Steph or something for that game, or it might not even be a usual regular season game, that game number 82. So I don't know that we actually need a winning streak, the way you're putting it. It's just when game one starts, no one's going to remember the regular season. It's matchups, game plan, and every decision Steve Kerr will make will be that much more magnified. Yeah, I think our future looking good. Yep, we're gonna get a few Klay and Steph. Ooh, can't wait. JBCJ 100. I've already talked about not having Draymond ad nauseum. So all in all, I disagree with you. We can say we needed Draymond, but it doesn't help to tell the team that we needed Draymond, because it throws everybody under the bus, and the goal is always to improve your own game. But what I've been saying ad nauseum is that our roster without Draymond is not a very good roster, all in all. Not a deep playoff run roster, that's for sure. That is inarguable. So if you don't have a deep playoff run roster, why are you worried about what we did against Dallas? That's not our playoff team right there. So why am I worried about that? But I get it. You are worried about that because you want people to play well leading up to it. But as I said before, many, many, many times on this channel, Juan Toscano-Anderson playing at 100% of his potential, combined with Moody playing at 100% of his potential, combined with Damian Lee combined with Belly, combined with JK, all of them playing at 100% of their potential at the same time, which is a ridiculous expectation. All of them playing 100% of their potential at the same time in a game. Even with that, I don't know that this team is all that great, because who's going to help out on Jokic? And then when Jokic throws the ball to the corner, at the same time, recover fast enough, like Draymond can, with a 7'3" wingspan, close out on the corner shooter. The shooter then, misses the shot. We get the rebound, outlet to Draymond. We run. Who can do that on our team? Nobody. Actually, Steph can do that, but he doesn't have that 7'3" wingspan that we're talking about. Here's Steve at the podium. At least you're gonna have to give me 2 minutes to get Steve at the podium. Hold on, because I gotta run the stream and go through the required advertisement on the stream. Way to go, Moody. Man, that's a lot of guys on that list. Youngest Warrior ever to score 30. That's pretty impressive. This opening ad is just so absolutely incredibly annoying. I'll get Steve up for you in about 60 seconds. Here we go.
Salvage one against this same team Thursday night at this same arena, but Moses Moody and Jordan Poole with a couple 30 burgers. The Warriors gave up 131 points. Let's hear from head coach Steve Kerr on the loss, courtesy of BMW.
I love the effort. The effort was great. Really good experience for our young guys to be, thrust into a position where they had to take on different roles, different responsibilities, and competed and had a chance. That's all we could ask. Give ourselves a chance in the last few minutes. We just, couldn't close. We made a couple mistakes, and they made some plays. But I think if we, as a group, when we are whole again, if we can bring that kind of energy and toughness to every game, I think we're going to be in great shape.
And you guys get set to head back to Shakespeare. What are your biggest takeaways?
We went 0-4 and losing sucks. That's my biggest takeaway.
It was a game though that you focus more on the positives rather than another loss because of the circumstances, because of the energy that you're talking about.
Yeah, I feel great about where we're heading. I feel great about what's in front of us and what's possible for us to accomplish. Feel great about guys getting healthy and completing our team roster wise. And I've said this to you guys quite a bit over the last week, but you got to go through the fire to kind of build that armor that you need. And we're going through the fire right now. So our guys are feeling it. They've got to grow together. We got a game tomorrow night against a hot team. So we'll get right back at it tomorrow. And I have no doubt we're going to get through this period. But it's no fun going through it.
This is the second time that when given this big opportunity, other teams in San Antonio, Moses is just absolutely shut out. What does that say about his individual potential in this team?
Yeah, Moses was just fantastic tonight. He was aggressive. got off to a quick start and made some big shots for us. And he's a keeper. You know, he's a guy who's going to be a cornerstone for this team, for the Warriors for a long time to come. It's easy to see that right now in his rookie year.
Yesterday he was talking about how he's trying to take some of like Klay's shooting mechanics and implement that in his own game. Do you see him as kind of that Klay Thompson prototype of player?
Well, that's a pretty high bar. You know, Klay's one of the all-time great shooters, and but you know, one of the reasons Bob drafted Moses was because of his shooting ability. He's got a beautiful stroke, and like Klay, he's got a big, strong body, a big frame, so he can shoot over the top of people. He can get through people, and then I think what's really exciting about Moses is the competitiveness, the fire, the feel. He understands the game, and he competes every play.
Draymond said on his podcast, he said before the game he didn't have a target date for Dre. He said on his podcast, March 14th is the date to keep it circled. Now he can kind of set something for himself.
Yeah.
Like having a date that you can look out on your calendar and say that the day that Draymond's coming back, that hopefully you might relieve some of the issues you have.
Yeah, I haven't listened to Draymond's podcast yet, so I'm glad to hear he's coming back on that day. No, we've known that it was coming near, and I haven't talked to Rick yet. I haven't talked to Draymond about that, but hopefully that's the case. Obviously, he's got to get to that point with another week of rehab, and that would be great. We need him.
We'd love some more your two-way guys.
Love those guys. You know, Chris Chioza helped us win a lot of games early in the season, and he gives us a dimension that we don't otherwise have with that. The way he pushes the ball, his speed, the way he throws the ball up the floor, constantly attacking and then getting the ball out to the perimeter. When he does that, a lot of offense opens up, and then he's also a guy who can defend and get underneath the ball and put some pressure on the ball. So I thought Cheese was great, and Quindary, we've only used him 3 or 4 times this year, and he's been great every single time. He's strong, he's tough, he's unafraid. I thought he was great tonight. So really proud of those guys, and speaks to their character and their development and all the work that they've put in, that they continue to stay ready for their moments.
Like, do you think that Draymond coming back with him and fix everything?
No.
What are the things outside of him that he can't keep from?
Yeah. He's gonna fix a lot of things, but he can't fix everything. So you know, our defense has been lousy, frankly, for the last month or so. So he will dramatically help our defense, but he can't make everybody make the right play over and over. They have to make the right play too. Now he can yell at them, and he's good at that. And frankly, they need that. Our guys need that because we have to cut back on our mistakes at both ends. And so Draymond's leadership will help in that regard. But there's a lot of work ahead to return to the kind of team that we were for most of the season that we've gotten away from the last couple of weeks.
All right, Steve Kerr saying he was pleased with that.
All right. And again, just in my opinion, I could be wrong. I hope someday maybe I could talk to Steve privately to go, I mean, you know, you can't go up on the podium and say, yeah, Draymond's going to fix a lot of our problems and just say that and walk away. You know, you do have to put in the things that you're seeing that's happening, which is the defense just isn't as good. But that's the bottom line to me, is that the defense isn't as good, and it gets way better when Draymond comes back, and it's just not the same team. It's not the same team without Draymond. So I do think adding Draymond cures a lot of ills, like to the point where he cures so many ills that you don't even like people can't make the mistakes because they're not in the position of Draymond trying to do what Draymond can do. And somebody just recently, thank you, I forget who it was, saying that Moody eventually can possibly do what Draymond does. I mean, yes and no. Yes and no. He doesn't have the same body type as Draymond. So if Moody doubles, like if Moody shows himself to double Jokic, that's still not the same effect as Draymond, because Draymond is so unique that his center of gravity is so low. You can't dislodge the guy, whereas Moody is Moody, and he's not the same footprint as Draymond. Draymond's footprint is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Like the ground that he covers. It's just has anybody in the history of the game covered as much ground as he has? Like what we're talking Bill Russell. I mean, that's a short list. Talking Dennis Rodman, we're talking, I mean, Michael Jordan. It's different though. I'd still rather have Draymond than Bill Russell, because he could turn around and turn defense into offense. You know what I mean? I mean, it sounds silly. I'd rather have Draymond than Bill Russell. Who are you kidding me, right? No, I would rather have Draymond, just based on the type of help defense that he can give. Obviously, we're talking about this era. We're talking about this era only. So we're trying to transport Bill Russell into this era, which is not fair to him. But I'm just trying to make a point here. So I just think Draymond will actually cure a lot of ills, because then guys can't even make the mistakes that they're making. Then guys there's a rub-off effect. There's a rub-off effect. Just his presence on the court, just his presence on the team, on the bench, when he's not in the game. There's a higher level of expectation. There's a higher level of accountability, where when Draymond's not on the floor, then you will actually play better defense, because you're held more accountable than you are with Draymond not present. And it's just flow of the game. It's just very, very difficult to explain. But I really do think that he makes that much of a difference, and it's just an entirely different team with him around. But you can't say that even as a coach in the locker room. You can't say that to your guys. That's not helpful at all. But if I'm analyzing from the outside, from far away, and if I can't affect the locker room in a negative way, to me, that's the truth. So, and that's the realism of it. And that actually, first and foremost, speaks to how great Draymond is. He really is that great. And you don't really get to appreciate that unless something like this unfolds in front of you. Yeah, Steph and Dre, yep, right there. Is Draymond returning soon because the Warriors are losing? You know, for right now, we're not privy to that information. Why did Draymond go on his own podcast? And really, it wasn't the full podcast. It was just 11 minutes. And then they spliced 50 seconds of it for social media, which they also posted on YouTube, which I showed you guys earlier. Why did he do that? Don't know. I think maybe it's he sat down with Rick Celebrini. Steve just told us he hasn't talked to Draymond about that. So he must have sat down with Rick Celebrini and said, hey, look, Rick, first of all, I think I'm ready to come back and have a target date. Second of all, I know you don't like target dates, but I have this podcast and I'm doing a target date. I think that I bet you that's what happened. You know, like I have a platform. I created my platform and I'm going to use my platform and I will take the hits if I screw that up. Meaning if something happens to him and he doesn't come back on the 14th, then it's all on him to explain that. It's totally not on the Warriors. It's totally not on Celebrini. Because he decided to put his neck out there to say and target a date, which is what you guys all want. But he didn't do it for you guys. He did it for the clicks and that he has the platform to do it. That's my opinion. If I were Draymond, I would have done it exactly the same way. Actually, I would have just started my own YouTube channel. I wouldn't have signed no deal with the volume. And I would have just started my own, but okay. I would have started my YouTube channel years ago so that it builds up to this point by now where you don't have to sign a deal with the volume, right? But anyways, I'm getting off topic. I think that's what happened. To answer your question, the long-winded way, India. And you know what? I think it was good for the Warriors fans because they needed this glimmer of hope. So in a way, Draymond's a hero. And that thought process, whether it was overt like that or not, somehow either consciously or subconsciously it passed through his mind so that he decided to do it the way that he did it. And I think he deserves some praise for saving the sanity of certain segment of Warriors fans. They owe him, some respect on that. They don't even know that they should owe him some respect on that because those guys are always so outraged. But kudos to Draymond. He's the hero we don't deserve or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. And Klay. And Klay too, right? Klay is not even 100%. Klay is not even 100%. Okay, where are we? Young guys show grit. Yeah. I mean, Moody's already way ahead of a lot of other guys in terms of the example that I gave. Yeah. If Moody can do that, even him just showing, even though he doesn't have the frame and the low center of gravity that Draymond has, the fact that if he can match the footwork of Draymond and not even have that physical presence, that's some all NBA skills right there, all NBA defensive skills right there. If you could have the same footwork as Draymond, maybe not have the same defensive physicality, but you matched his footwork, that is pretty impressive. And other than Andre Iguodala, maybe Klay Thompson. I wonder if there's anybody else on the squad that can do that. I think maybe Juan, Maybe Juan can. Juan's pretty good as is, but he's so skinny. Moody has a little bit more meat on him. Yeah, if you just had a stopwatch and you timed guys from going to, okay, you got to go from your low block position to showing yourself on the 5, then bust out to the corner for the 3, and you timed everybody, Draymond is probably number 1. Then there's a battle for number 2 between Andre, Moody, and Juan, say, right? So automatically Moody's potentially, top 4 in the ability to cover space quickly. Take care, Jabs. Oops. Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh, no, it's all good, I guess. Just talking so much that I should, but I don't want to go to the game. I feel like my calling is here. If I go to the game, then I can't really broadcast this. At least I'm not aware of an easy way to do that. We tried to do this by mobile with Dean, and it wasn't working for Dean. And I was then thinking, man, if that doesn't work for Dean on his mobile, then is it going to work for me on my mobile phone, even if I were to go live from the arena in some place that doesn't show the game, that doesn't violate NBA broadcasting rules? I'm just not sure that I can pull that off. And quite frankly, I've been to so many games that thrill, like I said, I kind of lost my innocence. It was like it was the Rise of the Phoenix type moment where I gave the example of walking through the snow to get out of the Denver practice, and also walking all those extra quarter of a mile to get to the practice in Denver. And it's all, it's just a lot of work. It's a lot of work to do all that. And I don't need that adrenaline rush anymore. I really don't. It's cool, smooth sailing type stuff, and the ability to infuse positivity into an otherwise negative situation. That to me is the biggest challenge. To me, to remove all bitterness is a really good challenge, and one that I like to throw myself into and try my hardest at. And if I can learn how to do that, then you can learn how to do that. And that's how we're going to deal with all this negativity that surrounds us these days, that gets heightened by social media commenting. That's how you get through it. Okay, so we got Moody. Moody's coming.
And he's shown the ability to knock down threes. He's got a run.
Hold on, I'll get there.
Who had a double-double tonight for the Dubs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a testament to the work, that all the sacrifices, all the stuff that I'm doing, and you know, you kind of do those things, hoping that it's the right thing to do, hoping you sacrificing for the greater good or whatever. But things like that kind of validate it.
Did you feel early on like you were kind of getting going when you hit those first three, I think, in a row? Did you feel something?
Yeah, I felt good. I felt good early. The shots was there. Teammates was finding me, so I just kept putting them in and kept falling early.
It seems like you guys were able to sustain energy for quarters. You know, by the time we're at the end, could have got a hand, but you know, I started knocking down shots here and there, get a time to stop, and next thing you know, we're right back in. You know, sustaining energy your entire game has been difficult for the team in recent weeks. What do you guys do to create that energy?
I'm proud of the guys that played. You know, we fought, we played hard. With our back against the wall, we ain't lay down. We fought all the way to the end. So that's good to know that we got some dogs on our side and dudes that are capable and willing to do that and put that effort in. We ain't come out with the result that we wanted, but I'm happy to know that we got that in us.
Is there anything you guys do internally as a group, whether it's 4 games or conversations you guys have to make sure you're picking each other up and bring that energy?
Yeah, at halftime, coach came in saying that that energy, that bounce, it wasn't there. So I feel like we came straight out into the half. We kind of responded to that and showed it. We got the vets, Dre, Steph, and all them. They texting us before the game in the group chat and everything, trying to make sure we got it. So other than that, Loon, Juan, D-Lee, those guys bringing the energy, letting us know they've been in this situation before. So just making sure we all got our head on in the right spot.
What is specific that you can take from this game as a unit, right? And then apply it when you guys are back as a whole group, and most of you guys are coming off the bench or are further down in the rotation and not just the main people out there.
I mean, this experience in game situations like this, it's the opportunity to gain that experience, to be in those interactions, and just. I mean, that's fun. It's fun to play those type of games and have everybody depending on you, depending on us to get it done. I mean, we fell short this time, but I mean, it's fun to be in that situation, and I miss it. I miss it.
Here, Kerr, go ahead.
Thank you. Moses, you were talking about sacrificing for the greater good. I think that's the thing that a lot of rookies have to wrap their head around, knowing their role. That said, what do you think about the patience you've had to show this season when it's clear you want to be a competitor and you can really make an impact on the floor?
Yeah, I feel like patience is the story of my life right now. It's something that I've had to put a conscious effort and diligently focus on patience, not try to just be cool and have it come subconsciously. That's not gonna happen. I had a conversation with Steph, and we were talking about. I asked him, the gist of the conversation was just having that poise throughout a long season with a lot of highs and lows, staying even keel. That's something that I've kind of been living on for a while now, but talking to him, he brought it back up, so it just keeps coming back, and that's the point that he made, and that's what he said about that even kill mentality. That's not something that'll just happen if you don't think about it and push those feelings to the side. No, you got to actually diligently focus on staying even keel through the highs and the lows, and come up with tactics and strategies to be able to keep that mentality throughout a long NBA season.
Do you want to do more?
Do I want to do more? Obviously, as a young guy, I still got those young kid emotions, want to get out there, run up and down, play against everybody. And I mean, that's all there. But I kind of got to grow up because I'm in this situation, going out here playing with OGs, big dogs that have been out here for a while. I understand the situation. Obviously, I know I've been saying that all year, so I don't want to keep saying it. But I do want to do more. But just having that patience, having that poise, and being able to suppress those feelings a little bit.
Thanks.
Let's go to one more on Zoom. Monty Poole, go ahead.
Yeah, Moses, you spoke about patience, and Jordan's had the same thing trying to deal with his own patience. What was it like to have him out there with you and you guys just being able to let it rip tonight against this team?
It's really fun to play with a guy like JP because in situations, a scorer, somebody that's not afraid to take those shots, make or miss. A lot of guys are shy away from the moment. Maybe if they shots not falling, they don't want to shoot, they don't want to get to the goal. But nah, his shot falling or not, he getting after it. Because we need that. We need somebody that's gonna put the ball on the rim. We make or miss, we can get a rebound. Just push the ball up the floor, create that intensity, create that pace. So somebody that's gonna do that, it makes the game a lot easier for everybody else.
Good stuff from Moody. I would imagine he'd probably be the last one. I mean, they're going to try and get JP up there, but then JP's going to be like 1 foot out the door. So I don't even know if it's worth it. Yeah, I know. Me and Wiggs got to argue about that number 22. He is mature, huh? It's crazy. Moses Moody is just incredibly mature for a 19-year-old kid. Do you guys ever think back to when you were 19? Other than William out there, William is only 12, but he is he's probably asleep right now because he's on Philadelphia time, and it's past midnight in Philly right now. But yeah, Moody, man. I mean, when I was 19, there's no way I could get up on that podium and say some of the things he's saying. No way. That'd be a great pick. Yeah. So earlier we had that. Earlier we had that comment about how Moody dropped to 14. Yeah. Wow, you're only 19? That's amazing. Like, I mean, you're showing maturity in the comments too, so I applaud you. But why don't we just take a look at some of these draft picks, just because that's what we do here. We have a different type of post game. 2021 NBA draft. Wiki. Let's go to Wikipedia. Okay. You guys with me here? So Franz Wagner, I'm pretty sure Orlando is happy with him. I think Franz is probably more of a scorer type than Moody. Moody is more of the Andre Iguodala 2.0, which I did say on draft day. Before that, even you can check on our. I think did I write that on our website? But we were talking about that. Davion Mitchell. Even Steve Kerr really liked Davion Mitchell. And Sacramento needed a guy to come in and have a 4-year experience from college and just contribute immediately. So now you're looking at Zaire Williams and you're thinking New Orleans. I mean, maybe they were looking for Zaire's length. It got traded to Memphis and Zaire's been starting. Remember, he's been guarding, he took a turn at guarding Steph for a while. James Bouknight, we talked about him. Charlotte needed anything they could get. And Bouknight was one of those scorers, microwave type scorers. And I think they just needed someone who could put the ball in the hole. And as far as the footage that was available, Bouknight could put the ball in the hole more so than Moody. So that's why Charlotte picked him, because they had LaMelo already as kind of the distributor. Joshua Primo, don't know about him too much, but he does have a lot of length. And you'd think Moody would be a good fit on a team like the Spurs. But whatever, you know, maybe it's one of those things where they had to pick between Primo and Moody, and they just decided, okay, we'll go with Primo. And then the next team, Indiana, Chris Duarte, they can't be mad about that pick because he's a scorer and he's a seasoned draft pick because played 4 years at Oregon. So, yeah, Moody dropped to us. We got lucky. And 29 other teams, 29 other GMs are going, damn it, the Warriors got who they wanted again. You know? So I think it's cool that he ended up with us. Oh man, this means so much to me right here. Wow. Thank you, Victor. Vitor, I mean, from Brazil. Oh man. Yeah. It's funny. Moody talks fast, like Looney. You know who talks fast? JP. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm out of here. Oh my goodness, that's it. A minute and a half, Jordan. Hilarious. I think we would have went with Chris. Possibly. You might be right. You might be right. Yeah, you might be right. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even want to think about it anymore. Yeah, but Chris Duarte has played well. He's played well. I think at the time I wanted length, and that's what Chris Duarte doesn't have. I think knowing that we had Klay and Jordan Poole, I probably wouldn't have gone for Duarte, and I probably would have gone more for someone out there with length. And I don't know who that would have been. I kind of like Kai Jones. Maybe he's having a terrible rookie season. I don't know. But, you know, I was just looking at length. I was just looking at physicality. Let's see. I want to put this back up so I can do a screenshot of it. Thank you. Thank you. And what we'll do is we'll put, actually, let's put the score back up here. Yeah. Now I can screenshot it with that on there. And then okay. Let's stick on the draft real quick. I've seen a lot of Jalen Suggs. Okay, making more than him this season. No, Jalen Suggs is making a boatload of money because he was like the number 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7 pick, one of those. I think he probably makes twice as much as Moody. You could look it up. But we'll move on right now. Tomorrow, oh yeah, tomorrow, well, really tough game tomorrow, but we still don't have Draymond, so I'm sorry. I just it'd be nice even if everybody did their job. You know what? Tomorrow, all I want is for Klay to play better than he did last game. Make some more shots. No more silly turnovers, which is part of the rust. He did play good defense, as I recall. I'm just trying to think back to last game. If Klay plays a better game, then those are my expectations. Just achievable goals, and maybe just no more silly turnovers. We don't need those run out turnovers. JK he had a couple buckets inside tonight. Wow, that was a joy of a game. Wow, cool, man. Okay. Yeah, so that's a cool thing. Going strong here post game. Hold up. I just saw an interview go up on Twitter. I'm trying to figure out. Okay. NBC Warriors. Okay. Oh, whoops. No, that's not what I wanted. Shoot. Oh, man. Hang tight. This is cool. I'll try that again. Screenshot that again. New comments. There we go. Retweet, retweet, retweet. Yeah, ever since I stopped attending Warriors game. How about ever since I was publicly shamed? Blame it on them, man. I mean, they didn't have to do that to me. And they took away my innocence on that. So, but it's okay. I grew up, and I got past the need for having that adrenaline rush at the arena. I don't need that anymore. And it actually feels kind of cool in that I'm free of that. Like, I don't feel like shackled. Like every time I was there, I was thinking, oh man, I got to share my whole experience as much as possible. And I still feel like I would need to do that. I just kind of feel like that obligation when I get there, because I'm so privileged to be here. And this is like what a cool experience. And oh look, Steph's about to do his balcony shot or whatever. I got to get over there and film it for everybody. And that youthful innocence, I've matured from that. So it's still a great experience, but to do that constantly every night, and which then all of my energy is focused on that, and I can't really do anything else. The next day I am super exhausted, get home at 1 a.m., stay at the arena to do a live stream when I'm super tired, and get home at 2 a.m. or something like that. I can't see my family as much. I think what happened, and I don't want to say it was a good thing, but it was kind of a good thing that happened. Like, so let's just take the positive from it. And the positive from it is that here we are. and we're spreading good vibes right in the middle of a 5-game losing streak. And we're talking about things where you can feel safe to come on here and express your enthusiasm for this squad. Because if you did that somewhere else on Twitter, you wouldn't get any likes. You wouldn't get somebody out there. If you had, either it would get ignored if you didn't have enough followers, or if you did have enough followers, somebody in a bad mood is going to just say something and ruin all of that good vibes for you. But we've created an environment right here where there's so many more people with good vibes on here right now than the negative people, that we can just talk about anything right now that has to do with the Warriors and feel good about where we are. And you know what? You can apply that to life too. That's the really cool part about it. So you learn how to get in this momentum of positivity, so that when you get some bad news, like inevitably you're going to get some bad news, you can try to recreate that momentum using some of the same techniques that we do here, which is to kind of treat everything with half glass full, to try and avoid throwing anybody under the bus, and really to try to not be bitter at all, which I kind of initially learned from Sylvester Stallone on Instagram. He's like, and the way he worded it was like, your most valuable asset is time. Therefore, you should spend no time being bitter. So all the pettiness, all the fighting, maybe you got in an argument with somebody, or somebody's making an unfair judgment on you. Maybe it's, somebody you thought who was a friend, and you're like, man, that person he just backstabbed me. But you learned on here that if you can remove the bitterness from your life and infuse that with positivity, then that stuff just bounces off you. You're like titanium, right? Bounces off you. And you're able to move on. That part's cool. When you're able to move on and just keep going, that part's really cool. Especially thinking of things positive and being able to look forward to something while staying in the moment. But then, just like Steph has said, like taking yourself out of the moment sometimes and looking at the bigger picture. That's a real skill to have. Being able to stay in the moment when things are great and enjoying that time and not fearing anything in the future. And then also being able to step out, going up to 64,000 feet and looking at the bigger picture and feeling better about the big picture, because it just so happens in this moment in time, there is some pretty bad news that you just got. So yeah, a lot of every time Steph goes on the podium, it feels like he's telling us a life lesson. So not only am I kind of exuding that here, but I learned that from Steph. Like, I learned from the greatest on that, and Steve. And it's just like, I noticed something, and now I'm just sharing it with you guys. Okay, so yep, Loon's gonna have a hard time with Zubats. Everybody does. And what was I gonna say? The Lakers probably did. They lost to the Clippers twice in in 1 week, and they had no choice to play Dwight Howard. And Zubats ate up Dwight Howard. So, I mean, I don't know that for a fact. I'm just assuming because they lost. Maybe Dwight Howard actually had a good game. Don't mean to throw the guy under the bus, right? So, not just Looney, but anybody's going to have trouble with Zubats. And that's where the help defense comes in. And that's where this elite level of defense, where you got to be able to help on Looney when he needs help and stay at home when he doesn't need help. And to be able to read that, that's going to be interesting to watch tomorrow. I want to pay attention to that. So my list of things to watch: 1, Klay Thompson. Pretty easy to analyze that, whether he's having a good game or a bad game, whether he throws the ball away, because he's been having 2 or 3 of those automatically. So it's so funny that that's almost the same thing as Jordan Poole is going through, but for different reasons. Klay's doing it because he's rusty. Jordan Poole's doing it because he's young and he doesn't know any better, and he doesn't have the experience to not do that. And he doesn't have the experience to know that those kinds of things hurt you on the scoreboard, literally hurt you. So I'm looking for that, number 1. And number 2, I'm looking for rotations revolving around Zubats. That's the second thing that I'm going to be looking for. And those things intrigue me. So Klay and rotations. So that goes right into what Coast to Coast is saying right here. Playing smart basketball. That goes into that. No dumb turnovers and in clutch time. And the ability to rotate and just know when you're supposed to double Zubats and when you're supposed to leave Looney when he's good. And then the other thing I would say is just the offense with Steph. Can we set better picks? That's the one thing I saw against the Lakers. Like, an Otto Porter pick is not the same as a Draymond pick. Who else played? Juan Toscano Anderson pick isn't as good as a Draymond pick. However, Juan does a pretty good job. We're going to get Jordan Poole here. Uh-oh. It's going to be a quick interview.
Threes while making 50%.
Okay.
Hey, do you want to listen to Jordan Poole?
I would, yes.
I would do anything to stop talking. Here's Jordan Poole.
Fantastic. Played an amazing game today. He came out aggressive, and he was a big reason that we were in the game. So credit to him, and just keep working.
Like you, he has taken, a journey, spent a lot of time in the league, coming back and forth. Did you talk to him just about how that might benefit him in the long run?
Yeah, I mean, bits and pieces here and there. Especially as a young guy, and we got a lot of vets on our team. Do a little bit of learning by themselves, but try to give him pieces of information as he goes along. But he's doing a tremendous job, and he carries himself really maturely, so it makes it pretty easy.
I feel like you're trying to get more comfortable. Obviously, start tonight, but you've been here back offensively, so into your different role.
Yeah, I never really lost my comfort. So just going out there and just continue to play hard every night, and just battle and just try to win games.
Draymond said on this podcast, he's circling March 14th as his return date. You guys haven't even played a game as an entire group with Draymond and Klay healthy. How much are you looking forward to that, especially as we get closer and closer to the playoffs?
I mean, obviously, we want Draymond back. We want him healthy more than anything. So, I mean, I think we know how dangerous we are as a complete team, but we just got to figure out how to, win games until that point.
But the ball a little sharper than
Go ahead.
It seems like the ball movement and the offense was a little sharper, right? What do
I mean, just play together. We got a lot of guys out with the ball, try to play team basketball, and don't know. I don't know, bro.
You know what? When I look at Jordan,
Jordan Poole is funny. I don't know, bro. Gets up and leaves. Yeah, Jordan Poole's phone goes off. Hilarious. Hilarious. He also said don't wear watches and stay on the side that your team is rooting for. Oh. India comes up with these comments out of nowhere. It's just so hilarious. Tell us where you come up with some of these comments, like where you, I don't know, like looking at a box score and you notice Chiozza. Don't worry about Chiozza. He's not going to play all that much because he's not going to be on the playoff roster. So we're trying to set our playoff rotation, and it's too bad. But that's cool. A girl's crying in the game today because she wanted to see Curry, and but the Warriors gave her a free ticket to the next Warriors-Denver game. Cool. So the person who sent us the tweet, you have got to latch on to that girl at the game and just follow her, and then maybe you'll get that photo with Steph and be freed from taking that midterm. Yeah. So to answer some of your questions here earlier, it was just I don't want to go through it too much, but somebody publicly shamed me on Reddit because I snapped back. I had one moment of bad judgment and I snapped back at somebody on our YouTube channel, and they screenshotted it and put it up on Reddit. Eventually, actually, I talked to the guy who runs the Warriors Reddit, and he agreed to take it down. That's how bad it was. But that's still, you know, I'm one of the few people that have actually been through public shaming, whether it's on Reddit or Twitter. We've had misunderstandings on Twitter, and then they do the same thing. That's why I don't really, you know, I'm not really active on those social media places, because that's where bullyism can occur a lot. So that just really, that made me change, but it was a change for the better, I think. So it's almost like, you know, I'm going to get to that point where someone's like, thank you for that, because it taught me. And now I know how to deal with pretty much anything that gets thrown at me. I mean, it really works, guys. Like, it really works. Like, honestly, you get like less road rage. You get less of it. Like, it really does work. I mean, I grew up in a situation on the court where I was like Draymond. I would never instigate anything, but if you said something to me, then it's like, I'm coming back, I'm scoring on you, and I'm going to say crap back to you. So for me to get from that point to this point where I don't need to say anything back to you, in fact, I actually feel that you probably need some help, and maybe I can help you see that what's happening is that you're transferring negative energy from this place to that place, namely onto me right now. But I'm not going to snap back. I'm not going to be bitter about it, even though you might be disrespecting some part of me, whether it's me or the work that I do or whatever it may be, I'm just going to put a positive spin on it. And then I'm going to try and help. And I'm not going to be bitter about it. And whatever other reactions that happen, I'm not going to be bitter about that either. So that's what I've learned. That's what I've learned. Well, see this? It worked, but then it didn't work. I was mentally and physically draining myself of I was probably taking years off of my life by continuing to go all out on those road trips. So I'm glad. I'm honestly glad that they saved me from that and that now I get to spend more time with my family. I honestly do. So right now, I would be at the arena and probably doing all the post-game videos, and I'm not able to put all the behind the scenes workouts on the channel as much, but that's what I would be doing right now, and it would be totally exhausting. And I wouldn't have any energy to do anything else tomorrow, and then it'd be a back-to-back game, and you'd have to fly back, and it's just like I would be a zombie. I said that a lot of times to fellow media members out there, and they said, "How's it going?" Yo, I'm a zombie right now. And it's a good feeling just never to feel like a zombie right now. Now, maybe in the future, I'll do that once in a while. Maybe. Maybe not. So I don't think they won. I think I won, actually. Willie Cauley-Stein, nah, the NBA has gone away from that, and we thought Willie would become JaVale McGee, but JaVale is different, and so it remains to be seen if JaVale can be still effective now, and those body types of being skinny, 7 feet, that can't shoot threes, they're starting to become, dinosaur in the NBA. So, this is it's cool. But it was just that one time. It's not like I haven't even tried to DM him or anything, but I'm this off season, I'm gonna go all out to have those one-on-one type relationships with certain players, as many players as possible, their agents, their trainers, and all of that, so that I think we're entering a new phase of media. At least we are here at Let's Go Warriors, and I want you guys to be the beneficiaries of that as well. But you guys are maintaining so much positivity right now that it's something, I screenshot these comments for a reason. I'm going to collect a whole thick packet. I'm going to print them all out. I'm going to show these guys, whoever I can, maybe ultimately Steph, say, hey, look what we're doing here. And isn't this cool? This is actually, we are doing this in the midst of all this negativity on social media. And they know, they got to know how negative it is when you go on a 4 or 5 game losing streak. I'm pretty sure they know. And then I'm showing them all these screenshots of you guys staying positive. I think someone like Steph would remember that. And I think that can lead to a really good partnership. And what I mean by that is that maybe we can have access to him in terms of like just giving us like a quick comment, like whatever the subject matter might be that I gotta approve, obviously, because I know how players think. I know that they never want to throw anybody under the bus. Just like I've been teaching you guys, they want to stay positive, and especially a guy like Steph wants to keep things fun. So it'd be like stuff that I used to ask him in passing after, after killing myself with practice video. I would try to track him down on the walk to the bus, and I'd say something real simple like, hey, when did you first start wearing the leggings again? Because that was a thing with a lot of you guys, with a lot of the fans, is, oh, he's wearing the leggings. Oh, he's not. Oh, he is. And then I actually would get, just a real quick answer. Well, now just contact them directly and just get a one-word answer. Like, to have that sort of a rapport and sort of understanding, that trust, that anything that I could ask them wouldn't ever be used against them. And here's proof. Having that trust with me is having that trust with you guys, and to share that type of relationship, and to be able to get that little tiny little bit of content every now and then, once a month, maybe, maybe not that frequent, but knowing that we could all come together and go, okay, what does everybody want to know about Steph that hasn't been covered yet? And that doesn't throw anybody under the bus, is positive, is fun, and is trustworthy. Let's come up with something. And really, it would really land in our lap, right? It would be something going on that's funny, that's lighthearted, but adds to the experience. So it'd be something like that. And to be able to do that with, maybe Steph, maybe Jordan Poole, shout out Anastasia. So, I got that locked in. Don't worry, Anastasia. She's been wanting to, I think, say something to JP, say something positive and everything. I mean, I've already talked to JP's guy anyway, so we could do that now, but just have that more of an understanding that that these types of things that I'm actually, I ask these guys stuff all the time, but just to have that understanding that, officially you can trust us on this stuff. Like, I got some information from Draymond's camp today that's on the website. You can read about it. It's not big, but it's something. And it's I think those little things add up. So that's a new way of media now that's different than, I don't need to sit down with Draymond to ask him 7 questions to write a 1,000 word article, right? That's not the goal here. That will always be done the normal way, which is what newspaper writers do, which is why they're on the beat and why they're there to ask those questions that you hear in these interviews, those broader, bigger questions. But to round out the positive, we already have so many beat writers doing their jobs and reporting, and that's how it works. They report for their newspaper, and their newspaper has already been around for a long time. They know how to make money to be able to hire that guy to do that job. So that's the Chronicle. NBC Sports Bay Area is making so much money on advertisements on TV that they can afford to hire Grant Liffman, Kareth Burke, as I see them now, Monty Poole, the person who replaced Kendra Andrews. Speaking of Kendra Andrews, same thing with ESPN. They have a, their way of doing media. So we are not that. We're totally the opposite, and we're homegrown, and we're going to enjoy the Warriors from a really unique perspective. So you guys are helping build that as I speak right now. And I think it's exciting as we move, slowly and gradually, step by step. Because I want to, the first step is really to print out all of your guys' positivity and to collect that and to document that actually. Once I do that, who knows, right? So I'm going to do that. And nobody out there can duplicate this. So thanks to you, nobody out there really has this. And it's so unique, and it's really groundbreaking, in my opinion. And so to be able to take that and just get a reaction from whoever it might be, whether it is Klay's trainer, whether it is Juan Toscano Anderson's trainer. Juan looks at every one of my tags that I tag him when we have a story that is related to him. It doesn't mean that he's automatically going to like it or whatever, but there is that connection. There is a connection there. And that's only going to get better because of you guys. How much better? I don't know. We'll see. That's the exciting part, right? So we got some good things, and none of that happens without the original thing that I talked about, which I thought was a bad thing, but now it's turning into a good thing. So if I could turn the worst thing into a good thing, you guys can turn your own worst things into good things. Appreciate your support. Let's see. Oh, thanks. What an awesome thing to say. What an awesome thing to say. Yeah, a lot of you are giving me support in terms of saying, oh, just ignore the idiots and stuff. You're right, but then you're right in terms of like, I'd probably still ignore the ones that seem to be too far deep emo at a certain point in time and not savable. I probably just let those go. But sometimes ignoring people also is, there's that little tiny bit of bitterness in that too. But you're right, ignore them. But then I think I can help some people every now and then too. There's a way, it's doable, but we'll see. But I know that I'm not going to end up bitter in that process of doing it. If I screw that up, if I try something and it doesn't work, I know I'll get to that point someday where I'm not bitter about that, where I'm not suddenly fighting that guy. Because that's what I used to do, was that I would fight negativity with negativity. And boy, did I learn that doesn't work. And if I had to take a seminal moment for that to become crystal clear, so be it. And I think that's what happened. That's what happened for me to finally wake up to the fact that, hey, you're actually still bitter. Steph Curry 3-point record. Oh my gosh. See, I don't keep track of records. They're like awards to me. Like, it's like, okay, They can be fun, like Steph at Madison Square Garden. But a lot of times it's like awards. It's like somebody is voting for someone to win an award, and that to me is just entertainment. I'm a sponge for information, and I want accurate information. So I'm a sponge for things like, when is Draymond coming back? And he just told us. I'm not as into what Stephen A just had to say, or I'm not as into someone got all outraged on Twitter about Bill Simmons saying that Draymond is more important to the team than Steph Curry. And then somebody had to print out, had to tweet out all these stats on Steph. And it's like, first of all, I don't do comparisons, because that's what happens. They're the thief of joy, as Moody said, quoting Rich Paul, who probably got it from somebody else. And I don't make predictions, because you never know what happens in a basketball game. You just never know. And I want to respect that part of the basketball gods, or that part of life, which is you just never know until you go and do it. And you can only control so much. And so you have to go and enjoy the process, which Steph has said many, many times in interviews. And that's where I learned, that's where I became confident about enjoying the process, because Twitter would tell you otherwise. And then you have doubt. And then you're wondering, oh, am I not cool for actually loving the process? Oh, Steph just said it 3 times in the last season. No, I'm confident. He loves the process. So do I. I love the process too. And the result that comes from the process is whatever the result is. And you would hope that it is more wins than losses, but sometimes it's not. And you're able to accept that because you learned that particular thing from one of the GOATs of all time. Wiseman trending on Twitter. Wow. Why isn't Draymond trending on Twitter? Oh my goodness. So yeah, the 3-point record, whatever it is, we'll find out what it is. I'll find out what it is, but I honestly don't even care. But I get it. It's fun entertainment, usually. Cool. I just appreciate your support, Jose. Oh, really? Okay. Man. Okay, so maybe I'll go back to doing it once in a while. It's just that I think it's going to have to wait until next season for various reasons. Various reasons. Just table it. I'm more excited by showing all of your comments to, going to a workout with Juan and maybe Jordan Poole, because they share the same trainer. And I know that trainer, and to be able to go there and first tell the trainer that, hey, look at all this positivity. I want to show it to Juan. Can you let me show it to Juan? And he's like, I can't say no to that, Rich. Let's do it. That is way more exciting than anything I've ever done. And you're part of it. Like, they're going to see your names on here. Oh, what was your previous comment? Just tell me. Forgot. Yep. More numbers. I didn't know it was, Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman. I thought it was, Chris Mullin, right? Wilt Chamberlain. Oh, no, wait. No, Wilt. He wasn't a rookie with us, was he? No, maybe he was Philadelphia Warriors. But no, I would have thought it was not those three guys. I know people don't have faith in James Wiseman over something that James Wiseman can't even control. All right. Appreciate ya. Oh, you're welcome, man. King David, getting to your comment right now. Thank you, dude. Oh my gosh, you saw. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, we have someone who saw Lou Alcindor before he became Kareem. Wow. Man, he was so dominant at UCLA. Wow, I bet you if you ever bumped into Steve Kerr, you could really have his attention for a while. Just talking about Lou Alcindor, UCLA, and because Steve has talked about UCLA tons of times. Like that's where he learned to love the game from his dad, I believe. It's no doubt. It's no doubt they were UCLA attendees in the stands, and unfortunately Dodgers. That's the other thing that he talks about a lot. So anyways, yeah, I don't think there's another channel like this for any other team. Yeah. We've been sucking in the box defense. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So I just don't know that we have the personnel to execute on that. Moody physically does, JK physically does, but mentally, are they able to read? Steve always talks about they need to see the pictures. So what he means by that is they just need more experience to see when to help out, when not to help out. To even see something simple as you didn't hustle that play and they scored 2 points. To have that replayed over and over and over again, it just takes experience, and we're not there yet for guys like Poole, Moody, and JK. And that right there is what? 3/7, 3/7, if not half, 3/6 of our defense. So that's, 40+% of our defensive team right there. And this is without Andre Iguodala. So trying a different strategy is the reason why we're doing the zone, is because our man-to-man is, we just don't have the bodies. Draymond is one of those bodies. Not only is he a guy that can cover so much ground that, maybe Moody can do that in a couple years as well. So not only is Draymond able to cover so much ground, but he's also a big body. And we just don't have another big body other than him and Wiseman. So that's what you kind of got right now. So I don't know that there's much we can improve unless we get Draymond back, or unless we get Wiseman back, or Andre. All of those guys cover so much ground. Wiseman, especially from the vertical aspect. And when you're lacking that, you're lacking that. So it doesn't really matter what kind of defense that you throw out there. Is the fact that we are doing the boxes because the man-to-man isn't that good, just from a baseline perspective, from a minimum standpoint, we're just not that great physically and mentally. And when we're not that great physically and we're playing to the potential of our mental, sometimes it doesn't even matter, because physically Joel Embiid is just too physical. Jokic is just too crafty. Giannis is just too vertical. So it goes back to the whole thing where I'm saying we actually really do need Draymond, and the roster that we have without Draymond isn't very good in terms of going deep in the playoffs. I mean, it's good. It's just not very it's not very promising that we'll go deep in the playoffs without Draymond, Andre, or Wiseman, as we're suffering through right now. Yeah, it is. Steph is a good guy. Nobody knows when Andre's coming back. I'm sure it's day to day, just day to day, day to day, day to day. Oh, Manisha's back. Well, Manisha, here you go. Oops. That doesn't really answer your question, but it gives some alternatives. Silence of a man is his great weapon. Ooh, that's neat. I like that. Yeah. Yep. Stephen A sure does shout a lot. Make me happy that was telling. Okay, let's look at this. Some secret method which Wiseman is getting the reps he needs. I can't believe Steve does not know we need the size. Yeah, we need them. I think it's a collaboration with Rick Celebrini. So there's some scientific data that overlaps into medical issues that we just don't know too much about, that affects Wiseman's return date. So that's how I would phrase that. But I think, remember Bob Myers, look at the link that I just posted. Bob Myers did say that the idea is to have Wiseman play in a G League game. So March 13th, maybe. G League's playing at Chase Center. I was told the reason why Klay didn't play in a G League game is because they didn't have all of their, in case Klay got injured, they didn't have all of their medical staff there, their trainers there. That's 100% of the team there. But when the G League team plays at Chase Center on March 13th, you would think, paging Rick Celebrini, he'll be in the building. And so maybe that's the game where Wiseman plays the G League game. I'm going to try to go to that if it turns out that Wiseman's going to play that game. I'm going to try to go to that, but I'm not going to, no guarantees. Okay. Yeah, some Some teams are just going to give us trouble even with Draymond. Oh, most points with a teenager. Okay. Cool, cool. Okay, let's see. Full court press doesn't work as well at the NBA level because they can just throw over you because they're 7-footers and stuff. It works more at the high school level where the other team hasn't practiced against it. Also at the NBA level, I mean, you got guys like Steph Curry who can dribble through anything. They're so skilled. Like the worst NBA dribbler is still better than the best high school dribbler. That's why full court press works in high school and not in the NBA. Oh, is that Teddy Roosevelt? Cool. Yeah. I want to stop giving credit to Rich Paul on that one. Moody often says that Rich Paul is the one that said that. So if I'm able to say Teddy Roosevelt is the one who said that, see, I learned something. Isn't that great? Isn't it great to learn? To learn something is fun, in my opinion. Yeah, so I just addressed that HMD. So yeah, the idea is to get Wiseman first game back is the G League game. Oh, Elijah actually, it was Coach Nick of Basketball Breakdown who actually said that Hackaloony actually didn't work. And we're speaking from a technical definition standpoint. Hackaloony started with over 2 minutes left. They hacked Looney. Looney went to the line, made both. After that, this was one of the mental mistakes of that game. Looney came up to set the pick and roll for Steph. Jokic read that and immediately fouled Looney near the ball as the pick was happening. Thereby, you thought that was Hackaloony, but it really wasn't, because if it was Hackaloony, Jokic would have been on the opposite side hacking Looney. But you can't do that under 2 minutes because it's 2 foul shots and the ball. So he would have never done it. But the fact that he was smart enough, Jokic, to foul Looney as Looney was coming towards Steph, who had the ball, to set the pick. Now that's technically not Hackaloony. That's just Jokic knowing that it would be smart to hack Looney there. But it's technically not Hackaloony, right? But it is because he was just purposely fouling Looney. So just based on the actual definition of hack-a-shack, hack-a-loony, which is a foul that occurs off the ball with over 2 minutes to play, technically Looney made both of those free throws. So technically that didn't work. You see what I'm saying? But when Jokic did hack Looney as he was near the play with Steph, that was smart. And Looney missed both free throws. So we're splitting hairs on that, and we're nitpicking. But yeah, so that's the interesting part of that. That's where you're learning something, and it's cool, it's fun, and it's entertaining, actually. Oh man, I said this before on these live streams, and we haven't even done the Steve Kerr post game, but I've said this before. If Wiseman comes in the game and commits 4 turnovers, I'm not even mad, because he came in the game and he's playing, and that's all I can hope for. I'm just happy about that. Okay, so we got some additional footage here, and I'm going to see if I can download it so that we can go over it. Yeah. I'm going to download it right now as I go through the comments. So it will take a few minutes to download. Yeah, so we got a couple minutes to download. So let me get through these. Yeah, right. We can all predict what people are going to comment about Wiseman. Let's see. Yeah, we're kind of entering a new era of Let's Go Warriors. But I might go back. I might go back and do some. It's just so tiring. Let's see. Yeah. Yes, Manisha, it's Let's Go Warriors. I do Let's Go Warriors. Pretty easy. Yeah, Roland. Yeah, but that's just the lower bowl. In the upper bowl, it's like the Oracle crowd. I think some people. Yep. Except Steve has to say it in that way to his team. I still think, really it's comes down to Draymond. Draymond is the magic pill. But you can't say that to your team. It's also kind of disrespectful to the game to just say that. You want to be held accountable. So you gotta point out that, hey, you're not boxing out and this and that and the other thing. When if Draymond were in the game, we wouldn't even worry. We wouldn't even have to worry about that guy not boxing out because Draymond is there and he's doing X, Y, and Z to get the rebound. See how that works? So I do believe Draymond will fix a lot of things automatically. I just wouldn't say that to my own team either. Ooh, I gotta send this over to Nick right here. See if I can screenshot that. Okay. All right, we're done with that. So that means we can go and show you something that was not shown anywhere else, which was Looney. Looney took the podium, I think. Yeah, there he is. They didn't show Looney because he's not popular or whatever reason. Actually, I got Steve here. Give me a minute. Okay. Okay. Wow, Steve's interview went 9 minutes long. Post Kerr. Let me just do Looney real quick because nobody else has it. Slice and dice that. Okay. Looney, then Moody. All right. Okay. Doing Jordan Poole here. Cutting up Jordan Poole real quick. Jordan Poole was 3 minutes long. Amazing. So we're going to go through that as well. Why? Because nobody else is doing it. So let's start with, did I get Looney? Oh man, I think I forgot Looney. No, I got it somewhere. Here it is. Let's do Looney. Oh, what is the record? Why? What do we got? 101. I think we've had more than 101. Actually, when I live streamed the G League game that had we played Ignite and nobody else was streaming it, and so I sat there and I live streamed the whole damn thing. That was a lot of work. I was absolutely exhausted after that, and I even interviewed Zaza at halftime. That one was like tons of likes, like I don't even know, definitely over 200 likes. That one was fun, but it was totally exhausting. I don't know if I could do that again. Okay, let's do this. Share screen, window. There's Looney. Haven't done Looney yet. Here we go.
I thought we put up a good effort from the start. From the jump, we was pretty locked in. We was moving the ball. We fought the whole game. That's a good team over there. We was missing a lot of guys, and I feel like we brought the energy to win that game. And we didn't execute like we needed to down the stretch, but I feel like we was right there, and we could have was a few plays away. Just just keep competing hard. I think we've been playing hard this whole time, and just shots have been falling, or we have a mental lapse here and there. We just put it together for 48 minutes. Like today, I thought we played a good 40 minutes. We had a couple lapses here and there, but just keep getting better, keep improving, and we got the talent to get wins, and I think we're right there to check it over the hump. Definitely, we have a bright future. We have a good mix of guys that's older but still in their prime, and young guys coming up and learning. That's the good thing about this team. We got guys that when they get night, JK can go for 20, Moses can go for 30, or JP can go for 30 with the opportunity. I think it's a good learning experience for them, being able to play major minutes and play a major role and get that end of the game experience and learn how to close out games. And I think that's going to be key for our team because we're going to need them at some point in the playoffs, some point down the season. Steve's going to give guys opportunity, and we got to be able to step up.
The ball movement was great. What was the key to that? What was different?
I know we were just playing with a lot more pace. That was one of the things we talked about coming into this game, was just move the ball. We don't have we're missing Steph, Klay, and Wiggins. It's 3 dominant scorers who can score on ISO or score out without with movement. And without missing them, we knew we had to, if we was going to be able to score with these guys, we had to move the ball. We had to set screens. We had to play fast. And I think we did that. We executed. Jordan and Moses got us off to a great start. And we kind of carried that throughout the whole game. We played our style of basketball, and when we do that, we're pretty hard to defend. It's tough. He's a great player. It's always fun to match up against him. He's gonna make things tough. He's really crafty. He can shoot it. He kind of controls the game through all facets of the game. So he's a tough cover, but it's always fun to compete against him and just to see where you're at as a defender.
Does that make you excited to hear that You especially as the lone big right now, who's really been going down, might be having reinforcement in coming back.
Definitely, it's exciting to get him back. We haven't had a chance to actually even play with him and Klay together and get everything wise and see what our full team look like. So it's exciting that guys are getting close, especially coming in the stretch of the season. We want to get some games under our belt and keep building that chemistry. But definitely exciting to have him back. He's been our energy, our spirit, and our vocal leader. So to have him back on the court is going to make a world of a difference, and it's going to change our offense and our defense. So that's exciting.
Kerr, go ahead with a question on Zoom.
Yes, please. Thank you. Two, if that's okay. Kevon, what's your approach to a game where you know you're going to be the only regular starter on the floor?
My approach really doesn't change that often. We're still gonna play the same style of offense. I know I got to be a little bit more vocal on offense and defense. Make sure we're getting in our sets and make sure that we to settle us down when things are getting rocky. That's the only difference, really. But I try to be a little bit more aggressive. But other than that, my job stays the same. We got scorers come off the bench, and Moses and JK and JP. Their guys are pretty. That might not be Steph and Klay, but they are able to put the ball in the basket. So I still want to get them open shots and just try to take more of a vocal lead.
And then second, you've been the team's Iron Man this season, playing in every single game. Maybe that's important to you. Maybe that's special to you. Do you anticipate, or would you ask for one game of rest, or do you want to go the whole way?
I want to go the whole way, but if I'm feeling tired, if I'm feeling like I can't play, I'm not going to force it. I've been feeling good all season. I really had many games where I didn't feel like I was able to perform. So as long as I'm feeling like this and feeling good, I'm going to go out there and play. That's really important to me. Always just being available. But I feel good, and as long as I feel good, I'm gonna play.
Thank you.
So one more with Jerry. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, Kevon, going into the season on a team with this many established players, did you ever envision you'd be playing with two 19-year-olds on the floor at the same time? And do you have to look at them sometimes and catch yourself and remember how old they are?
Sometimes you do, especially when you see some of the plays they make. Like Moses had the sets 15 or 17 in the first quarter, and you gotta realize that this is his first year. Sometimes you see JK do these insane plays on the court, and you got to stop and realize this is the guy's first year, and they're making an impact on the winning team. That's hard to do. So it's exciting. It's going to be ups and downs that comes with playing with young players, but I know how it feels to be in their position, and so I just try to help them, give them advice when needed. But them guys are hard workers and quick learners, and they got a bright future.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. There's Looney. Now let's do Jordan Poole. Oh, one thing I wanted to say about Looney and being asked to if he's if he wants to play every single game. Well, it's only 24 minutes a game for Looney. So I think maybe we're putting a little too much weight on that. Because a game for Looney isn't the same as a game for Steph or Klay. Looney isn't out there, weaving himself to get open through 3 picks. Looney's out there pretty much in the paint all the time, setting picks, and pretty much staying around the rim. So I think that sometimes with Looney, it's a bigger deal than it ought to be. And because of that, I really don't see any problems with Looney playing all 82. And is it just about playing all 82, or is it about starting all 82? Because you could still, start, let's say Wiseman gets back, start Wiseman maybe, just to give Looney some rest. I don't know. I'm just saying that playing all 82 games is I think possibly bigger news than it ought to be. So anyway, that's my hot take. Okay. Yeah. I agree with that. Okay. Looney takes more physical punishment. But it's kind of inside the paint scrum type punishment, whereas Steph is darting back and forth, and if he gets hit at the speed that he's going, Steph gets hip checked or something, that can be a little bit more painful than Looney just grinding it down low. Anyways. Okay, so Elijah's got a question here. Why did Steph? It was just matchups. Steve actually alluded to it not too long ago. I think it was in a broadcast with on the radio where he was interviewed by 95.7 or KNBR. They both get to have Steve on actually on the same day. So he kind of, one of them's with Tom Tolbert though, and that's his buddy. So it's easy for him to get through that, I'm sure. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if KNBR and 95.7 made the deal with the Warriors to have Steve on once a week, that it would be on the same day, because Steve knows that it's easy to get through an interview with Tom Tolbert. So you might as well just get them all done on the same day. Anyways, he said that it was like one series against, what was it, Houston. They wanted to go with some lineup, and then I don't know if this has to do with Zaza per se, but it definitely had to do with JaVale. Then they go and play the Cavs, and the Cavs were they were countering that. I think that was a small lineup. Maybe it was Jordan Bell, actually. And they decided, Steve decided to go with JaVale because Cleveland had a tougher time against the rim running of JaVale. So it's all matchup based, to answer your question. It's just matchup based. And that's another reason why you keep Belly and you don't cut him to bring in Robin Lopez or whatever center that you want, because as I've said before, once Draymond comes back or once Wiseman comes back or both, that center that you just signed and you had to cut Belly for, because you're not cutting Damian. He's like the backup to the backup of the shooting guard. And you're not cutting a wing. So the only logical solution to cutting someone to make room for a center like Robin Lopez would have been to cut Belly. And so that takes away from the versatility. And how did we get on? So that's like, you want to have that versatility to go from one series to the next in the playoffs. So you want to have Belly available just in case this series is going to go small. And you never know. It might not even be the same roster that you're going against suddenly in the playoffs. Maybe, God forbid, someone gets injured, like Jokic or something. God forbid, knock on wood. Suddenly you're playing Denver in the playoffs and they're small. Now you could probably bring in Belly. Something like that, something quirky. And you just want to have that flexibility. And that just goes back to why Steve played Zaza in one series and then JaVale the next, or Jordan Bell the next one, is because you want to have that flexibility. And I do realize, I might be mixing up the rosters here. Zaza might not have been around for 2019. So maybe I'm forgetting whatever specific roster. But the bottom line is to have that versatility. And then that gets into why they didn't make the move this year. All right, so Amy's got a birthday sometime in what? Western Conference Finals? So May. Your birthday's in May. So is mine. Stephen Curry. Oh boy. California Love intro, yeah. Yeah, I need to talk to my guy who knows some more stuff about that, but maybe we'll wait until the playoffs. That first game at home, when they don't play California Love, tell me again, remind me, and we'll bring on the former Jumbotron guy and ask him what was up with that, because it probably is not his choice. In fact, I know it's not his choice that they went away from it. So maybe he can tell us more about it or something. We'll see. Okay. So before we get to Jordan Poole on the interview post game just now, you can cut a two-way player, but you can only replace him with a two-way player, and someone who has more than 4 years of NBA experience can't be signed on a two-way. So it has to be some young guy out there. And what young guy out there that's pretty much in the G League right now? Well, who is that? Salam Mawugbe? I mean, there's probably a lot of guys like Salam Mawugbe that you can sign on a two-way. And also, two-ways don't get to play in the playoffs unless you sign them to a full NBA contract. In other words, you convert him to an NBA contract, but we're not cutting anybody 1 through 15. Our roster is so deep that we don't need to cut any of those guys. And so cutting Chiozza really doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't allow you to bring in a veteran center. So the whole two-way thing is really it's not a regular NBA roster spot. So that was the low-hanging fruit that I just addressed. Looney playing 24 minutes is really just a scientific thing. It's just, what he can handle. He can probably go a little bit more, but you don't want to do that in the regular season. There's just a hard, fast rule on that. There's all the science that the Warriors know that we're not privy to, that probably they have the competitive advantage of. Why are they going to share that to the public? Why would they share that to us? No, just keep that in-house. They know that Looney needs to play no more than 24 minutes a game in the regular season. Maybe in the playoffs, that can change if need be. But that's why Looney just plays 24 during the regular season. Let's see. Okay, let's go to Jordan Poole. Why? Because nobody else is doing it. Poole, here we go.
Jordan, what do you think of how Moses has developed and grown over the course of the season?
Fantastic. Played an amazing game today. He came out aggressive, and he was a big reason that we were in the game. So credit to him, and just keep working.
Like you, he has taken, a journey, spent a lot of time with you, coming back and forth. Have you talked to him kind of just about how that might benefit him in the long run?
Yeah, I mean, bits and pieces here and there. Especially as a young guy, and we got a lot of vets on our team. Do a little bit of learning by themselves, but try to give him pieces of information as he goes along. But he's doing a tremendous job, and he carries himself really maturely, so makes it pretty easy.
You feel like you're trying to get more comfortable, obviously you started tonight, but you getting your back offensively, so on your role.
Yeah, I never really lost my comfort. So just going out there and just continue to play hard every night, and just battle and just try to win games.
Draymond said on this podcast that he's circling March 14th as his return date. You guys haven't even played a game as an entire group with Draymond and Klay healthy. How much are you looking forward to that, especially as we get closer and closer to the playoffs?
I mean, obviously we want Draymond back. We want him healthy more than anything. So, I mean, I think we know how dangerous we are as a complete team, but we just got to figure out how to, win games until that point. Go ahead.
It seems like the ball movement offensively is a little sharper tonight. What would you do?
I mean, just play together. We got a lot of guys out, move the ball, try to play team basketball, and I don't know, bro.
Hang on, one on Zoom. Monty, go ahead real quick.
Nah, I know you heard that alarm go off.
I did hear it go off, man. You're too young to be that cantankerous. Come on now. You had a rough start, 3 turnovers in the first 8 minutes, and then you turned it around, all the way around. Third quarter, you came out, assist, bucket. What changed for you mentally or physically?
Nothing.
Yep.
Nothing at all. Just continue to play my game. Just got going.
Was there a point, though, in which you basically said, okay, I'm going to do something different in terms of to eliminate the mistakes? I guess is what I'm wondering.
Which mistakes?
The turnovers early.
You got to have a short memory.
Good short answer.
Okay. That was interesting. That was funny. With the alarm going off. Oh, God. Jay. Welcome, Jay. But to come on here and your first comment is to call someone trash. I'm trying to teach you guys to be more positive, and you got to get that out of your vocabulary. Now, if you want to just be negative, okay. Go on Twitter and post that, and you'll get 50 likes. But on here, we're trying to do it a little bit differently. And we're not trying to duplicate Twitter over here. So it is not cool for you to call anything trash on here. Because it's just, we don't throw guys under the bus over here. Now, to answer your question, why would you start D. Lee and JTA over Kuminga? I mean, the other team has Jokic at the 5. So tonight, you have Looney to start. Behind him, you have Belly. And now if both of those guys get in foul trouble, then you have Kuminga. So JK is the backup 4-5. Also, it's not a video game. D. Lee is a veteran. He knows that. And D. Lee is a 2-guard. And for you not to start D. Lee on a game where you're totally depleted, I like to see you, Jay, go up to Damian and tell him he's not starting on a day when we need veterans. We're missing veterans, and we need JP to play the 1, and someone's got to play the 2. As far as Juan is concerned, it's almost the same thing. Juan is just so much more versatile in terms of setting picks, getting the offense going in terms of the passing. JK starting or not is just really, it doesn't really move the needle all that much. But okay, you're bringing this negative energy from somewhere, and you're taking the easy way out, trying to dump it on Steve Kerr for whatever reason. Is it because we lost? Is it because you really wanted to win for XYZ reason? I went into this game thinking if they lose, it's no skin off my back. Like, we don't even have our full squad. So why does it bother you so much? Is there something else going on? I don't know. You need when you set the game plan for your rotations, I think you want to make sure that you have 3 guys who could potentially play the 5 in any given game. So then, just based on like the length of the game, also the second unit. So first of all, the depth at your 5 position, which is Looney, Belly, and then JK. So JK is your backup to the backup center for tonight, because you're thin on that, and you got Jokic. So I already explained that. But then also the second unit, you don't want the second unit to be, completely devoid of energy. Why would you just throw all your eggs in the first team? You want to have a little balance. I mean, you're nitpicking like crazy. Like JK starting. I mean, there's so many other little decisions that happen in the game. Like, what about cutting down turnovers? What about these like things that you don't have to go what if about? Like, those turnovers hurt us. Just not having the defensive IQ and talent that you're missing when you don't have Andre or Klay, really, or Draymond. I mean, what are you so upset about? I think that's the bigger question. JK is a more versatile defender than D. Lee and JTA. Oh, did he show that tonight? Because I thought there were a couple like and ones in there. I mean, there was definitely one late on JK. He keeps doing that. If you watch the live stream, I said this. He keeps doing this when he fouls. He has his hands up, but then he brings them down. That's because he's a rookie. He doesn't know that that's the instinct, and you have to fight that instinct, and you have to keep your arms straight up. You think JK is this awesome, versatile defender. I mean, in the half court, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. He seems at best above average in the half court defense. Now on the break, in the transition defense, he can get back and swat somebody. Yeah. But there's a lot more that goes into it when you have a guy like Jokic who's going to be methodical in there and who's basically really smart and can fake you out and can not only fake you out but overpower you, which happened to JK. So I don't know why you keep including Damian Lee into that. That shows me that you don't get it, because Damian Lee shouldn't even be in the equation, my guy. JTA, okay, maybe. Now we're talking power forward to power forward. It's just this myth. We talked about this in the live stream. This myth that Steve Kerr's rotation magically translates into wins or losses. I believe that that's 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th on the list. I believe that, so when JK got in the game and he's not even starting, he's playing with the second team to address this comment. Why didn't JK take over and dominate? So him starting or coming off the bench, who cares? He's playing in the game. He's got what? How many minutes did he play? 29 minutes right here. Share screen. $29 minutes for JK. That's not enough. You're going to nitpick. You should be more upset about the turnovers than you are apparently about JK. To go on here and throw Steve under the bus because of a rotation, that's weak. Oh my gosh. What is JK starting going to change the size on Jokic? Looney's still covering Jokic. How's that going to change with JK on the floor at the same time as Looney? What does that have to do with Jokic? Unless you're talking about rotation defense, which we suck at anyways. You're telling me JK's rotation is a million times better than Juan's? Like, to the point that it affects a win or a loss? I actually think Juan probably rotates better than JK, but JK has a better shot of blocking a shot, but then again, not against Jokic because he's so powerful and he knows when to put up that shot and when to fake you out. So some of the arguments you're making about JK not starting, it's just puzzling. But the real crux of the issue is that you threw Steve under the bus. Everybody that gets all mad about Steve's rotations, it's like that's always like 7th or 8th on the list for me in terms of impacting the game. Players need to play better. I've always felt that way when I was a coach, coaching whoever I was going to coach. Like, the only time that rotation sucked for me was when I accidentally one tournament, I invited too many guys to play. So we had I think we had 10 guys, and that's too much for a rec league game that's only going to be so long, an hour of time elapsed. And I decided the best way to make sure everybody got playing time and that we could still win was to sub out 5 for 5. And that was silly. And I made that mistake and I learned. And I think we lost the game or something like that, where just the flow wasn't there. No one in their right mind is going to do that in the NBA. So it's just a rotation thing on that, and it just really doesn't matter all that much. That this guy's coming out now, and that affects Steph, 12 minutes and this. I mean, maybe Steph because he likes to play 12 minutes and he's conditioned his performance over the last couple of years to play all 12 minutes of the first quarter. But all in all, it's not the rotation that we're playing bad. That's what I can't stand, when people go off on Steve for his rotations. It's like that is usually the 7th or 8th reason why we suck. And the first reason why we suck is probably turnovers. The second reason is probably fouls. Third reason is probably not having the IQ because our guys aren't talented enough. They're not Draymond, and they don't have Draymond's mass, weight, or ability to close out with the 7'3" wingspan on rotations. The other type of rotation, defensive rotations, not substitution patterns. So I just don't understand this obsession with substitution patterns. It's just an excuse for guys who need to throw somebody under the bus anytime there's a loss, to fulfill that need of blaming somebody. And the easiest guy to blame is always the coach. But no, it's never turnovers, fouls, defensive IQ, hard cuts, hustle, wanting the ball, winning those 50-50 battles. No, it's always, at least on Twitter, it's always, yeah, Steve's rotations suck. That's why we lost. Come on. That's the thing about, I need to post the All-Star weekend, at least post it on Instagram. Yeah, I think I already posted it on YouTube. I like to post things on Instagram that's that you can learn from, or that's funny. So but I always need to have a link back to the YouTube channel. So if I'm gonna do Jordan Poole tonight, which was kind of funny, I gotta do the main upload to the YouTube channel first. But you guys already saw that here. But with Juan at All-Star Weekend, I think it was Saturday morning before the slam dunk contest, with the group of all the other people, he went on to by the way, Vitor, you're gonna be interested in this, and whoever else was talking to Vitor from Brazil. Juan said that in Mexico, the fans they just love the players and the game. There's not as much pride as being a fan as it is in America. And that's the thing that troubles me. I was going to say that's the thing I can't stand, but I stopped myself because I don't want to be bitter at the negative people, even though they're negative. On social media, whether they're from first world countries, on social media, there's this thing about having this pride and ego while being a fan, which is not what I want here. I, again, would prefer us to be in a, I would prefer us to be humble, to try and intentionally be students of the game. And in that way, have that humility and the desire to learn more about the game in whatever way we can. And to have the attitude that we would like to learn more. Please teach me more about the game. That is kind of the attitude that I think what Juan was saying about Mexico in regards to basketball, because they don't really know the intricacies of the game of basketball, and they'll be the first ones to admit that. And therefore, they're in this state of mind where they're appreciative of this new basketball game. You know, there's going to be a Mexico City G League team next season, and they're appreciative of that. And it's like, you guys on the Let's Go Warriors channel here, you guys are like that. Like, you're just so appreciative. Whereas, you know, Twitter with their Steve Kerr's rotations suck. You know, that's a prideful guy going on there. And it really is like usually guys that do that for whatever reason go on there and just say, blame everybody. And there's this ego behind that. And to me, it's just kind of misses the point. It's kind of misses the point. It misses the opportunity that you could have from the experience of basketball. I mean, in my opinion, but just the frame of mind. I wish it were different, but oh well. Yeah, but you know, with JP, I wish JP would realize that him spending more time with media and having more patience with media would actually help him in the long run, rather than always trying to dart off. It helped Draymond Green. He's always been a good quote. And over the last couple of years, he's always expounded on all of his answers. And guess what? That turned into valuable content that then he was able to build his own platform for. But it doesn't happen overnight. It takes interview after interview to speak your mind and share what's on your mind. And if JP could do that, then I think he'd be even more interesting, not just funny. And right now he's funny because he wants to get out of there. But if he wanted to stay, I think it'd be actually pretty cool. I remember one time during the COVID year, I asked him something about, oh yeah, why are you off social media? And he gave me the short answer. And then he thought about it. And I think he thought to himself, nah, I should give him more. And then he gave more. And that was cool. I forget exactly what he said because it was so long ago. But that night, it was like, yeah, this is why I turned off my Instagram and this is why I turned it back on. Oh, he said something like, people need to get off their phones more and enjoy life in general. And he expounded on that, and I thought that was a great answer. And he should do that more. He should really just open up, because I think it can be profitable for him way, way far down the line later on with that. So that would be my direct advice to him. Now, that would be really cool if I could just somehow tell him that person to person, just as a media member. Because then if you don't, then someone like Monty Poole tonight, as you saw, is going to be like, well, okay, he doesn't like to talk. I'm never going to interview him again, or less likely to. And I just think, based on the Draymond Green blueprint, you should talk more rather than less. If you're an NBA player and you've been given a mic, it's like you've been given a platform for a minute. It may not be your platform, but it's a platform. And the more you're on that platform, the more they get to know you, and the more they can probably like you more. And it's not just that one time, it's just repeating that over and over. Every time you give yourself to that media platform, it builds your own platform. I think that's what happened with Draymond. And so I would advise JP to actually talk more, not less. And you can learn a lot from a guy like Steph. Even though his quotes aren't as juicy as Draymond, he always sits there and he goes, okay, how can I give you a 1 minute response minimum? And sometimes it requires a little bit of repetition, but I think all of those things are actually a formula for having your own platform later in your career. So I think it'll only benefit him. Cool. It's good to see that out there. All right, Robert. See you tomorrow. Yeah, we'll wrap it up soon. That's cool. We're everyone, please splash that like button. See how many likes we got. Still 103. It's been stuck at 103. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, giving that advice. That's what Klay normally does. He also doesn't like to yeah. Klay. I don't know. Klay's just kind of wired differently. He's just kind of unintentionally oblivious to certain things, which is kind of funny, and therefore he should just stay that way because it actually helps his brand being so unique. But at least Klay has learned to go live on Instagram while he's on the boat, and he's getting a hint of how to, a la Draymond, how to release his own information at his own time, even though he's not monetizing Instagram because nobody can. But that's the thing with Klay is that, yeah, the problem is maybe JP is looking at Klay. He's saying, well, Klay doesn't like it either, therefore. But Klay is such a different animal that I almost can't even really blame him. On the other hand, he's gotten better at going up there and expounding more. That is definitely a fact. If you took the average time of him on the podium now versus before, I think it's at least 50% more now. It's just more, he's more polished and he's able to just go into a little bit more detail. So I think some guys just maybe just have this certain, I don't know, negative view of the media off the bat. Maybe something happened to them early, but if you just stick with it, I think just like the old saying goes, pounding the rock, just like it is in basketball, you just keep at it little by little. I think it'll help you grow your own platform. And Klay really should start his own YouTube channel, but he's just so happy-go-lucky. Like okay, like Jordan Poole hired a guy to be his multimedia guy. He posted on Instagram today some behind-the-scenes stuff on the guy's YouTube. Jordan Poole should have his own YouTube. I mean, I'm sure he flew that kid, that photographer, Jordan J Squared, out to Hawaii as well. So like JP's the one with the money. So he should be able to do his own YouTube channel and start having his own platform. But Klay's not even thinking about that, right? Klay is just so happy-go-lucky and just so, he's kind of like Doug, the dog in Up, squirrel, squirrel, squirrel. That's kind of like Klay. And I don't know if you can really change that. But Klay should have his own YouTube channel. I mean, who the hell wouldn't subscribe to that, right? But he doesn't even have his own multimedia guy, so he's not even thinking about that. So that's why I say Klay is kind of the exception. Whereas everybody, all of them should be thinking about having their own platform, which is just start your own YouTube channel now. Like, I think Wiseman has one too, right? So some of these guys get it, some of them don't. But, maybe Moody's leaving it in the hands of Clutch Sports, whatever. Like when you were 19, you don't really think about those things either. And it does take a certain level of technical know-how to start your own YouTube channel. But nevertheless, they all should. And Klay's the exception. And JP should not follow Klay's lead on that because Klay's just a different animal. Anyways, that was in response to that. Yeah, I know, right? Tell Wiggs to speak up. Yeah, well, he's just got a deep voice to start with. But anytime I cut a splice of Wiggs, I always at least double the volume on Wiggs because I know. So I try on that. But it's hard to encourage some guys to do things like, it's just, and Wiggs is also kind of the exception type guy. He's just so, he's so low key, like super duper low key, more low key than Klay, that you kind of just want to, okay, just leave him alone. Right? Like this guy definitely wants to be left alone and doesn't want the extra platform. He doesn't need that. It just doesn't float his boat at all. Whereas a guy like JP, I could kind of see where this could help him later. Like Wiggins having his own YouTube channel, that's incongruent, and I don't think it really helps him achieve whatever happiness it is, because his idea of happiness is different. I don't know. So it's not a blanket rule there. Yeah, Juan is also really great. Juan is superb. GP2 doesn't give the best answers, but he's always making himself available because he's so grateful to be where he's at. And that's what I love about GP. You can see it when he talks. Like, that guy is grateful to be there. And that's pretty cool to see. Yeah, Carl Anthony Towns is good. His multimedia guy, Chucky Anthony, he's from the Bay, Filipino guy, by the way. All you Filipinos on here. So shout out. Oh, yeah. I wonder if Klay has been pitched a reality show yet. Because, man, anything that guy does is bound to be funny. Yes, K-Woo, that was announced on Draymond, by Draymond on his own podcast, The Volume. You go look it up. Go youtube.com, The Volume, Draymond. There it is. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to end it right there. Got to use the restroom anyway, so let's end it right there. Thanks, everybody. And we'll see you in how many hours? Oh, less than 24 hours. Ooh, I forgot. 7 o'clock tip-off Pacific. It's already 11:30, so that's 24 minus 4.5 minus 5. 19 hours. See you in 19 hours, people. Good night, everybody. Yeah, see you real soon. 19 hours. Take care.